Hello, hello, good morning. How is everyone out there? I'm awake. Been awake for a few hours. Getting ready to get me another cup of coffee. I already had to change it. The time. JLR's not coming on till 7 my time, which is in about 30 minutes. So then we'll be ready. We will already be live. Um, just looking at some stuff on whatchamacallit, X. So just checking out, updated things. I did see JLR posted man named Miguel, who worked on a house down the street from Nancy Guthrie's, has been questioned by authorities. And he posted that this morning. Also, house under construction down the street from Nancy Guthrie's hired cheap labor workers. That's kind of suspicious, especially since they're watching that house. Hello, Jeanette. How are you? I am drinking. I've already had 2 cups of coffee this morning. I've already haven't unloaded the dishwasher yet. Already fed the dog. What else did I do? I got to start laundry. Ray's sock hamper's full. It's a little one, but he wears 2 pairs of socks a day. So anyway, how is everybody this morning? Oh, I was gonna check and see if my icon showed that I was live. Let's see, because it hadn't been. Um, nope, it's not showing. So let me go into this other part. I mean, it shows that my things are live, but my icon doesn't show live. So let's see how I fixed that yesterday. I kind of remember, but then again, I kind of don't. I don't know why it just doesn't stay where I could. Is this it? Right here. That's bright. It's too early in the morning for that bright screen. I got the message you were live. Oh, nice. Well, that's good. I think I just have to click on these things. View in live control room. Maybe that's it. Whoops, no. That's not it. This one. Okay. I think that should do it. Let's see. Let's see if that does it. We would just go back and check. Whoops. And I still don't know what that gold thing is up at the top, but I guess we'll figure it out one day. Okay, it shows that I'm live up there. Now then, let's get out of here and, no, using my icon will show that I'm live. But I noticed it hasn't been doing that, and I don't know why. I'm still learning. I'm still getting my stuff up there. No, it still didn't. Let me refresh and see if it shows it. Good God. I thought I fixed it yesterday, because yesterday it came on, and I did what I just did a second ago, so let's see, maybe it's this one. Oh, we could do a poll. What do we want to do a poll on? We only have 25 more minutes. Yep. He posted a couple of things I seen on X this morning. I read them. Community settings. What? Oh God, that's just so bright in the morning. Nice bright window. Okay, let's see. That's okay. That's not what I want. See, y'all came in just to watch me fiddle around. I was going to wait until he came live, and then I thought, no, I will come. I will go live. I just don't understand why it doesn't show my icon as being live. I pay enough money, it should show everything. It should, you know what I mean? Whoops, did I click on something? So now I gotta save it. Okay, very good. I just don't get it. But we'll see. Is that the one? No, no, that's not the one. Let's go back to dashboard. No. No, that's not it either. Well, I just don't know. I just don't know. But it should. It should show that I'm live on my icon. Fiddle around all you want, Elaine. Thank you, Florida Mama Bear. Thank you, thank you. Because it just doesn't show what it should show, is what I'm trying to say. God, where was that one I was just at? Right here. Okay. No, that's not it. That's something else. Analytics, no. Here we go. Okay, let's see if I can fix this again. Wow. It says excellent. How about that? How about that? But let me go back and do the other one, see what it says on that. Okay, this one I got to, it's all public, yeah. Okay. On monetization. Viewers waiting, likes. Okay. Just don't know. That was supposed to stay on. That was supposed to stay on. Okay, I'm done fiddling. Let's just forget it. Let's go back home. Yeah, it doesn't show the icon live, but it should. Hey, Chef, how you doing? Good morning, Robert. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Trying to get my icon to show that I'm live. And it's not. It there's got to be one little button that I don't have clicked or something. I don't know. And that's what I'm guessing anyway. We'll see. I am good. Thank you very much. I'll be better when I get another cup of coffee in me. On my way to Memphis. Yay! I know what you're doing. Got about 3.5 hours left of driving to be there. Right on. How are you today, Robert? Roberta. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's Roberta. I didn't see that A. My eyes, allergies, all that fun stuff. Roberta, welcome in. I apologize for calling you Robert. Okay, well, we are back at the scene here. Let's see. I'm just waiting for JLR to go live. Pretty soon, he's got about 15, 16 minutes. And we'll throw him up. Well, that didn't sound nice. We'll put him up. Around, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to have to look into it when I'm not sitting here, you know? Okay, that's designed to answer my questions. Oh. Well, we'll check it all out later. Let's go back here. There we go. Okay, let's see. I don't see anything popping out right now. You get a lot? You get a lot of that? Oh, that's funny. Yes, be safe, Chef. I'm sure you. Hey, Tuber, how are you, my friend? It's good to see you. How do I get my, it looks like YouTube has an icon on there. I could ask you another time. You're busy. You're always busy. But, thank you. Thank you. Share it on Reddit. All right. Well, thank you. We're moving up. We're getting our channel a little better. We're up past 1,000 subscribers finally. So But for some reason, my icon does not show that I'm live. And I don't know why that happens, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. I got to sit down after I got a new computer and all. I've got, I think, things that are messed up. I just don't know. We're getting ready to watch some more of the Nancy Guthrie stuff early this morning. Gonna see what theories. It's been really interesting listening to everybody's theories, and because we don't have any information from the locals enforcement or anything, and or even the FBI. So we've been hearing theories, opinions, and all of that stuff, and it's very interesting. A lot of people think alike, and a lot of people don't, but that's. Hi, Marianne. It shows you're live on my YouTube feed. Well, thank you. So maybe that's. I just thought my little icon was supposed to say live. So I didn't think I was, really out there because my little icon, the little picture, doesn't say live. And I notice on everyone else's, theirs says live when they're on. On the road again. I'm just getting back on the road again. I should arrive at her doorstep around 12:30 Central Time Zone. Okay, be safe. I know you guys can't wait. I am so excited. I'm so happy for you both. It's going to be amazing. Gonna be amazing. And I'll bet she'll be standing by the doorstep waiting for you. That's how we do it. That's how we roll. Okay, let's see. He's got. Oh well, we'll be getting in there. I'll pop him up as soon as. I mean, I already got him in here. I just got to wait for him to go live so I can extend it and make the whole feed here the picture. Yeah, I bet ABD's going to be sitting on that step just waiting for you to pull up. I bet she's been packed for 2 days. I would have been. So we got JLR coming on pretty soon. And it's good to see you, Tuber. I haven't been on for a couple weeks because my computer took a crap. I had to buy a new computer. My internet went down. We got new service. I got tired of my internet dropping. So we got new service. So for 2 weeks I wasn't on. Can't wait to see her and hug her. I bet. You quit texting now. You quit typing. You're driving. Be careful. Okay. That is sweet, yeah. Him and her both, they're cute. They're like, and it's just so exciting. Very exciting. I should go get me a cup of coffee. He's not going to be on for how many more minutes we got? 9 minutes. I have time to grab a cup of coffee. So y'all chat among yourselves for a minute. I might see if Dorothy wants to come in today, but she talks too much. No, she doesn't. Well, she does. She likes to talk, but that's okay. I'll be right back. Coffee time. All right. Nice hot cup of coffee. Okay. Whoops. my glasses off to clean them and left them on the counter. Okay, let's see. Well, that only took a whole 3 minutes, but that's good. Yes, plenty of internet woes over the years here too. Oh, yeah, it was crazy, but we got Starlink and I love it. I do like it. Yeah, give her a big hug from us. Poor girl, she's been busy. I bet she's been packed for 2 days waiting for you to get there. You be safe. We'll hear from you when you get there. Let us know you got there okay. Because we will still be on, I'm sure. Okay, let's check X out and see if any more updates on anything or if anybody's out yet. I don't think I cleaned I got a few smears. I didn't clean them very good. Guess I could have hubby clean them when he gets home. He can't see any better than I do. And then I can. Than I do. So I hope everybody is having a wonderful Saturday. Saturdays are always fun. Today is what? Today is the 21st. Where is my pen? Well, I still only have a jar out for the craft challenge. Don't have anything else out for it yet. I need to pull my napkins out and figure out what napkin I want to use. I kind of have an idea, but... And I got my cardboard out. See? Even got me a piece of cardboard out. It's a piece I used for something else. I don't know what, but anyways. Got me a piece of cardboard out. I might do like, I don't know, a vase with eggs and stuff. Make it look kind of Easterish. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What? What are you growling for? I don't think anybody's out there. Daddy's not back yet. Okay, don't want to refresh that, yeah. Okay, we are still good. I just refreshed it. No more crafts for me this month. Yeah, but you got your mess all cleaned up. I'm sure you can do it. No. We gotta talk about next month's stuff because I gotta put that on my thing. To make the video for our... I do make a mess when crafting. I do too. I still got a couple of brushes in my water too. It ain't no fun if you make a mess. That's one thing they always say is when you're cooking, a messy cook is the best cook. I think my mom just made that up because she was very messy when she cooked. I don't know why he leaves his chair in the middle of the room. Drives me nuts. Why no crafts for you, Florida Mom? She's already done 5 or 4 I think 5. I got to go look them up because I got to get them downloaded. She keeps my video where it, is longer.
Keep this as an open forum.
There he is.
Nancy Guthrie has still not been found. We still don't have answers here. Yay. Sheriff spoke a little bit yesterday. Nanos. He says the case is not cold. He says the case is not cold. What does that mean? We will discuss. I got some people coming up in the panel, and we'll keep this conversation going. There's shout out to the people that are still out there bringing awareness to Nancy Guthrie. We're not going away. We are not going away. What in the heck happened here? Who in the heck is this guy right here? Who is this guy? Who is this perp? Neighbor told me some interesting stuff I want to share with all of you. Construction workers around the Guthrie home. In particular, there was a man, and I'll throw a name out there. Dun, dun, dun. We're going to throw a name out there.
There we go.
A name Miguel. Someone by the name of Miguel was questioned by authorities. Someone by the name of Miguel,
yes,
in his upper 30s, has been questioned by authorities, according to a neighbor. There's a construction site down the road from the Guthrie home. I will share this again for people that are not aware about the location that we're talking about. There is a construction site down the road from the Guthrie home. And at this construction site, right here, it's under construction. And I can confirm, again, numerous people from this site have been questioned by authorities. It appears the home has been under construction since the beginning of January 2026. Remodeling, some sort of work being done to the house here, and federal officials have questioned individuals that have had access to this house here. It's on Camino Miraval. It's on Camino Escalante. This is Nancy Guthrie Street. To the west, Nancy Guthrie lives. 1, 2, 3. 3 doors down. We're not going to count this because this is on the cul-de-sac that goes in back of her house back there. 1, 2, 3. 3 houses down. I think that's very interesting when it comes to this case. That's the new information I wanted to share in reference to this overnight. Send me an email right now if you want to talk and come up in the chat. We keep a forum going.
I'm sharing
we talk about
JLR
theories,
screen.
speculations, facts, people's opinions.
It was in our chat yesterday.
Also keeping Nancy Guthrie's name out there and bringing public awareness to the Nancy Guthrie case. A lot of media, it seems like they are not talking about this case anymore, as we discussed.
Yeah.
Though some of the national media are still with it. I see some of the national media like Brian Enton, Ashley Banfield, Nancy Grace, News Nation. I haven't seen much about Fox lately talking about this case. But those are some of the big platforms that are, and us, we're a pretty big platform ourselves. And people still care because, there's 5,000 people here now, and, each and every day, though it's starting to go a little bit away. People are starting to just wait and see what the latest developments is. Is that fair for Nancy? Is that what Savannah and Annie and Tommaso want? I'm not so sure what they want because we haven't heard from them. We haven't heard from the Guthries. Only thing Guthries have ever done is Savannah posting things out on her Instagram. That's it. Come on in. I'm going to bring Jamie Medina up on the stage. You're up first. Welcome aboard.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to always hear from you. Justice, you're from Arizona, correct?
Right. I lived in Arizona for 13 years. I live in New York now currently. But okay, I am very familiar. I've done a lot of cases in Phoenix.
That, didn't it?
I have a friend that's a victim in Phoenix, so I've been helping deal with her case. Still no justice. So I'm very familiar with, courts and things like that in the Phoenix area, searches, in Arizona, period, how they do stuff.
Allergies are
Okay, let me ask you a question. Neighbors have told me multiple. I communicate with the neighbors. I communicate with two separate neighbors of Nancy Guthrie, right? I said
Buttercup.
federal agents and authorities were back in the neighborhood. They have confirmed that with me. They've seen them. I wish we could have got some footage from some of the streamers that are out there. Maybe they weren't out there at the time, whatever like that. But this particular house, Justice, down the road under construction, this kind of been validated itself by News Nation. Brian Enton's reports about homes under construction, though there is one up here in this area right here. What do you think is going on with that? Do you have any take on that?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, we've said from the beginning, I mean, we're not new to this crime situation, digging. The fact that there was no car initially, really no big information that, was made available to the public. We've said from day one, this person lives in the neighborhood just due to the terrain, the type of neighborhood it is. Wasn't just some random person off the street that did this. So it's not surprising. Of course, that should have been one of the first places they looked at was, anything under construction because there's workers in the area. Permits were pulled on that house. So
I'll be happy to hear that.
I did do some digging on that property. That property is owned by somebody with quite a bit of money himself.
We're talking about this right here?
Yeah, the house that's under construction. He works in the financial world. So I don't know what to think about that because the person who, if they're working there and their, motivation is money, they had all the opportunity right there at that house. Nancy Guthrie's house didn't scream money,
So
compared to the other houses, look at her house. Her house is actually the cheaper in the neighborhood.
Right. It's dated. Yeah, it needs to be redone, and she liked it like that, and that's her preference. And some people like the old hacienda style and the Mexican tile and the old school look, and that's fine. So I've never really felt like this was a robbery by any stretch of the imagination because very early on, and I wish I would have saved those clips, but when they were first talking in the media, they were making it known that nothing was taken. They said she had cash in her wallet. Her phone was there, her keys. So right from the beginning, we knew that this wasn't a robbery situation. They talk about robbery gone bad. Maybe he came in and she had a heart attack and, all these crazy scenarios. But a criminal would have gotten the heck out of there. They're not going to take her with them. So this has a different motivation. And I mentioned it previously, as morbid and sick as it may be, this could have a twisted,
he's been
SA type motivation. There's something other, or maybe she had words with somebody they didn't like, and they, it's either a revenge thing or it's got some twisted, sexual assault type twist. Unfortunately, this is just not normal. Nobody takes an 84-year-old woman out of their house. And the person had to come from the neighborhood somewhere by some, maybe they don't live there full time, but they're very familiar with that neighborhood. They could have either used to live there, they live close by, they work there, whatever.
Well, there ain't no burglary.
So this house here, again, for people who are just coming in, this house here, authorities have been at numerous times. And during, it appears like they've had, I don't know when the permit was, but construction started at this house at the beginning of January 2026. Now, I'm told by a neighbor who has told me that, authorities spoke to a worker there by the name of Miguel. Miguel. Now, I don't know who they're hiring. When you think of Miguel, obviously you think of a Spanish name, Hispanic, right? Hispanic, right? Latino. Miguel. And, I don't know. I will say, though, when I was there, and this was the time when I was looking for the mug down the road, and I passed by, looked like some of the workers out there just looked like American workers that were there. They looked like
Mexican
white men that were out there. But sometimes during the course of renovating your house and stuff like that, different crews come in for different.
Exactly. Yeah, a lot of times these contractors that you'll hire a contractor in Arizona to do a specific set of work, and they will get workers to come in. Where they get them from, it varies. Somebody came on yesterday talking about Home Depot as a place to pick up workers. That is a thing in Arizona. But most people don't just go to Home Depot and pick up a worker. I mean, those workers are very unreliable. Many of them will work for a case of beer. That's not the kind of
Hey, my
people you want doing
dear,
construction on your house.
you be
I have
careful.
a good friend that
Stay
does
safe,
tile
and I
work in
will
Phoenix,
relay
and
your message.
you know,
I'll be so
he's
excited.
Mexican, and
Always asking about you.
he has a company, and we know about all
We
this
love
kind of
you.
stuff. You get what you pay for. But these contractors who sub out these jobs get crews, and a lot of time it's word of mouth. They have a help, a guy who does work. They know him. He does good work. He brings his friends aboard, and they're okay with it. Is that the case here? We don't know. I mean, Miguel, it's a Spanish name, but he could be, American, second, third generation here, with the name Miguel. We don't know. A lot of Native Americans have the name Miguel too. So,
If it was a Miguel, the Miguel would have been caught, though, right? If they had their eye on
yeah,
somebody.
exactly. If they had their eye on somebody, they may have wanted to talk to him to see who else was there. I mean, we don't know.
Somebody. See, here's the thing about that is, workers might work in an area and they might, maybe some of who knows? I'm just speculating here, but
Right.
Like you would think that maybe some of these workers are talking amongst their friends about, the neighborhoods that they work in and stuff like that. We're doing the labor, whether it's cheap labor or whether, they're just on board or whatever, and saying, hey, I know this rich neighborhood. I know so-and-so lives in the neighborhood, but this is 3 doors down though, from Nancy's home.
Exactly. So it's bizarre. I mean, what was more interesting to me was the video that the lady where you guys park had of the guy in the distance walking, when she said she thought it was odd that she saw that guy out her bathroom window in the middle of the day, just walking. He looked like he could be that person in the mask. And unfortunately, so do a million other people. But that was interesting, right prior to this disappearance. I'd be more interested in that. I mean, it's unfortunate because we have this mask and so many people look similar, eye wise to under the mask. But that's going to be the key to solving this crime. Really looking at that eye shape, like a laser. So everybody's eyes are different. This is going to be the key. The shape of those eyes, the gait of this person, that's going to solve this crime.
For a missing person.
Oh, that's the old press conference of Nanos. I got Nanos' first press conference I was going to review. Just the whole, because Nanos was speaking and everything like that again, and he's saying that this case is not cold whatsoever. He's boosting and bragging that Nanos has solved 13 cases last year, major cases that they have, and he says that they will solve this case. That's what Nanos is saying. So I don't know.
I hope. I mean, there's so many cases, unfortunately, where I've heard that and we've got nothing. I mean, we have Daniel Robinson, who's been missing from the desert up in Buckeye. His father has been a staunch advocate for putting his name out. I mean, it's been years now. We have nothing on that case, which is unbelievable. I mean, they found a vehicle in the desert. They don't have any trace of this boy. My friend's case, it's been 4 years. It's exactly November 13th, 2022, right? Same day as the Koberger case. Still nothing. They promised so many times. Oh, yeah, we're on it. We're on it. And we know who did it. It's just them making an arrest, having that evidence to be able to do what they do. But so I'm not real faithful. I mean, I hope he's telling the truth. But I've seen it so many times where they say, yeah, we're on it, and nothing happens. Years go by. And I really hope that's not the case. But a lot of people brought up some good things yesterday. I do find, a lot of people don't want to say anything because Savannah's popular. But I find it very bizarre that the family doesn't advocate for bringing her home. I mean, the average person would be hysterical. And, so many missing people, Gabby Petito. I mean, the list goes on and on. The family's out like, please bring my daughter back. If you have information, if you have anything, people are so desperate. The fact that they're not saying anything, and I get fear and they don't want to be scrutinized in the public eye and all this, but that goes out the window when you have such a critical event and your mom is out. I'm troubled by that, especially with the amount of money that we're dealing with. Savannah has enough money that she could even hire a PR person to go out and speak for her if she wanted to. And the fact that this poor lady, was on TV in the limelight, Savannah's not naive to crime and things like that. There should have been a better security at the home. Hindsight's 2020. But, now that she's gone, cameras are going up. We're fixing the porch light that may not have worked. It's pretty old. All these things that should have been done prior got done after the fact. And it's just really unfortunate. I just find that very odd that they're not saying anything.
Well, another person suggested here. I get emails, and I'm fixing in on following the evidence, right? Following the evidence of how the authorities are investigating this case, and it just seems like there has been action back in that neighborhood in reference to, again, speaking to people that previously lived there at houses and construction workers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I got it. Let me see if I can find the email. The email pretty much said, they're going on the theory that maybe it's a construction worker. And they're like, well, maybe this worker here was working on another house and had tools already in his backpack for some reason. Maybe he took the email more said that he took tools from the construction site or whatever like that, had them in the bag because his bag was already full. And then was trying to do something else while he was out there.
Yeah, I've been looking at him over and over and over, and I've been trying to figure out what's in that bag. If only we had X-ray vision, but whatever it is, it's in a rectangular shape. I couldn't tell if it's a book, if it's a laptop. I don't know what's in his bag, but it doesn't look like tools. There's, it just doesn't. I don't think anybody would put tools.
Tarp.
Yeah, maybe a painter perhaps. It doesn't really look, most painters have paint on them somewhere. It doesn't look like that bag is used for work. So I don't know. I've been looking at a lot of different things online, and the one thing that came into my mind was car detailers. Because yeah, they are known to go door to door. There's a few things that go door to door. Vacuum sales, auto detailers. And they have these people that come through neighborhoods in Arizona. They sell these gallon things of like driveway cleaner and stuff like that. She didn't have a concrete driveway, so it wasn't that. But auto detailing is a real thing there, and they wear those black gloves. They use those lights, and they tend to travel in backpacks full of stuff to detail cars with. So that's definitely been on my mind.
So bring out they're not going to be doing car details at night.
No, not at night, but he may have had his stuff from the day,
Go door to door.
But why Nancy? See, I just can't wrap my head around, dude. I
don't know.
24/7, 365 and try to understand a scenario, and my mind is like every single direction. But I can't get my head around this. Whether burglary or target, she was the target, or her house was the target.
Yes.
Or just random chance, but they keep saying target.
He was a target. Yeah, she was a target for sure. For what reason? We're not going to know until we catch this guy. I mean, he could have a twisted motive, and he may be interested in old ladies, some sick, twisted fantasy. He could, it could have been, maybe he is an auto detailer or does some line of work that she turned him down and didn't want the work done, or didn't pay him what he thought he should get paid. Who knows? Could be anything.
Maybe somebody, a construction worker, soliciting their services and got denied, maybe.
Could be.
Trying to say, I want to do this, do that. I'll help you fix this. No.
Mm-hmm. A lot of these guys, too, they will do the work and say, well, I usually charge, $100 $50, let's say, you give me what you think, what you can. And then she may have give him $50 and he might have been mad, you don't know. Like, he may have felt like, oh, I spent hours doing whatever kind of work and that's all she gave me. Or, I mean, who knows? I just don't think that something like that, though, would escalate to something this big. But again, we're dealing with a twisted person. Whoever did this doesn't think like anybody else. Nobody just goes in and takes an 84-year-old lady. And it takes manpower. I mean, she wasn't, a 5-year-old kid. This is a grown woman.
Yep.
He had to have a vehicle at some point. I heard on Nancy Grace they're focusing back on the cars from the dentist's house, up the road. We don't know which way this person went. We don't know if he called a friend, hey, come get me. We don't know.
Right.
Too many unknowns to really speculate. But the focus is back in the neighborhood, which is good because I think it needs to be there. Something's going to hold a piece of information. But police need to be using their undercovers. They need to be checking out, work sites
Get the internet
and businesses in the area and try to match this face.
Jane, I got Heather up in the pipeline, so I need to let you go. Got some people in the pipeline that want to talk. But any final words? Anything you wanted to add that we missed?
Nope, I think you're doing a good job, and hopefully we get some answers soon. Just everybody needs to stay vigilant, keep their eyes open and their ears open in that area, and keep looking because the person's not going to be far.
Yeah.
The person's close. But I actually want to share something before I get Heather in. Thank you, Jane.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Check this out. This was somebody clipped this. I saw this clipped. This was an old video when Alex was around. The neighbor says something totally different than what we said. This neighbor drives by and says, Nancy's long gone. That's what the neighbor said. Check this out.
She's been gone for a long time, far away.
So where is she? Did you know this for a fact, right?
She's far away from here. That's what the neighbor says. She's far away from here. What in the heck does that mean?
Has there been any profile?
Far away from here.
No. Well, there has, but
Nancy's missing. Away from here? How do you know this? So where is she? Did you know this for a fact?
She is far away from here. Alex is like, you know this for a fact. And somebody just feel like she has nothing to do with this neighborhood, and she's not here anymore. That's the type,
there's been a few.
Some people are saying
Nancy
she's not
Grace
here.
has had a
I've
couple
heard mixed
on.
opinions myself. Listen, two of the neighbors I speak to think
times
whoever did this
since
is somewhere
has been
close in that
going on,
neighborhood.
and
then others that I've communicated with
other
while
girl's
there
name?
feel like
Jen.
she's
Jen
long gone. I guess it's a matter of people's opinion and how people think.
But yeah, there's been a few
Welcome aboard, Heather.
stations that have had
Thanks for
a
your
couple
patience.
of profilers on.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Good
Thanks for
morning.
taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to put out there that the video of the gentleman that we see that's messing around the garage and trash cans and the fence when he was trying to get in.
Yeah, on those nearby videos.
Yes, the Ring camera. Well, I saw where somebody actually zoomed out on that to where you could actually see the Ring camera, display where it says Ring.
Mm-hmm.
And in that, they said once it zoomed out to where you can see the full thing, you can actually see a white Kia Soul parked along the side of the road behind that black car. Now, I'm interested to know what day that video was taken because this vehicle has come up several
That's what you
times.
said, Jeanette.
And if it was on a different day, which I think they said it was the same night, that person felt very comfortable being within that neighborhood to park along the side of the road.
Do you have that video? Did you send me? You're from Georgia, right? Are you from Georgia?
I did not send the video.
Do you have that available? You could shoot it over and I can put it up.
I can try to find it. I was trying to look for it last night, and I was able to find a TikTok where somebody had that in there, and I took some screenshots of it. I'm going to email that to you and just label it Kia Soul beside the road, so that you can see it part back there. But you definitely can, and with FBI technology, you guys, I mean, let's be real. These people can see anything and everything. They can dissect it to pieces. And if you were to look at the perp in this photograph that you have up right now, and if you were to do some outlines of the jaw, the nose, it is very similar facial features to that guy that is along the gate. And I feel like the perp is right in front of our face.
So
And that ring cam.
Saying a Kia Soul, which coincidentally with this particular case, the Kia Soul was seen on the other side of Campbell at 2:36 a.m. on someone else's ring cam, right? The people assuming a white Kia Soul that was zooming, about 2.5 miles away from Nancy's home at 2:36 a.m. So you're talking about an incident of another guy, looks similar to this guy, creeping around someone's, house with a Kia Soul in the back. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So we should have that video.
I think that's our connection. And also, you guys, nobody is going to ride around with evidence in their car. And that is DNA going everywhere. If she's bleeding, if she's coughing up blood, they do not want that in her car. They're going to want to dispose of that ASAP. And if there are bunkers in that area where people had them installed in the 60s and 70s, these construction workers could have come across a vacant bunker that nobody ever uses, and they could be storing bodies, items, who knows, drugs, who knows.
Here's the thing about it is, though, with the DNA, full backpack, wonder if he wrapped her up in something, if there is a vehicle, and to stop any DNA or any of it. But still, that's still risky.
Very risky.
Your vehicle is going to have evidence, and it probably they got like, I don't know, man. They would have so much like the luminol and the different technology to, determine if anything's been tampered with, if they ever get a vehicle, But the only vehicle that we've heard that got seized in this entire case was Nancy's temporarily, Annie and Tommaso's for over a month, and Carlos's for a couple hours, and Luke Daly's.
That's right.
There's no other vehicles that have been.
There's no other vehicle that they have not tried to search for the Kia Soul. Maybe the Kia Soul is buried somewhere, at this point, or maybe it's torn apart for car parts at this point, But I think the Kia Soul is the key, and I think that I just don't think that they would have carried her very far in it. If that's the case, those track marks in the driveway, somebody mentioned earlier that maybe that was from a garbage can. Maybe they put her body in the garbage can, but all of her trash cans were there.
Well, she wasn't even. They didn't even investigate the trash.
Right.
Crazy, according to the trash person.
Maybe.
Yeah, interesting. I wanted to share a clip that actually came out from the. You want to sit on and review this with me? It's a thing from 6 months ago. Catalina Foothills man is now sharing the video of people breaking into his home while he's out of town. And this is in the Catalina Foothills. This was just 6 months ago. This is coming from Cold News here. It's interesting because, it takes me maybe back to a burglar or something involved here. But this was a report that just came out. The date of this report was September 16, 2025. Give me 1 second here to put this up right here. Here we go.
Burglary. A Foothills man is now sharing the video of people breaking into his home while he was out of town.
13 News reporter J.D. Wallace is live where it happened with the video and the cameras
They captured it, JD.
Brooke, this house is surrounded with these cameras. And while you're about to see what happened, you'll also see what appears to be a delivery attempt before this house was broken into. What looks like a delivery earlier this month was unexpected.
And then she just took off. But we were not expecting any Amazon, and her shirt says Amazon. But we didn't pay much attention to it. So, no, she took off.
And the person left with the envelope. The same person appears Saturday while Natan Ben Shabbat and his wife were out of town, and she leaves with the box. About 45 minutes later, other cameras on the house record an SUV drive up, a man get out, walk around the back, and meet two men who appear to have walked in from the nearby wash, and they break the glass to enter the house. Ben Shabbat says the men pepper sprayed his pit bull, Mika, and stole the safe.
The recovery of the goods that were in the safe, that's not the issue. The issue is that why not doing it again before they catch us? Why not do it again? And the same way they did it to us, they can do it to anybody here.
Ben Shabbat is now repairing the damage, not just to his home, but to his family's sense of security and his own.
I put the gun now next to my pillow, just because, oh, there's a noise. Okay, let's go check. And it's just not safe. It's going to take us time to go back to normal.
Ben Shabbat says that he called Amazon to be told that their delivery people don't dress like that. Pima County Sheriff's detectives are investigating. Ben Shabbat says he also checked with a neighbor behind him, only to find evidence suggesting that that home was also burglarized.
That's kind of weird because, that was in the Catalina foothills. We've been seeing and I've been listening to little reports in the last year or so of more people in that area doing these certain type of break-ins. But in that particular case, now it's much different than here. We got a masked person. We got a female with as posing as possibly an Amazon. Maybe it was Amazon. I don't know. Followed by a group of men who went in there and took the safe and broke in. So it just makes me feel like, are we dealing with this particular guy or, whoever else is involved, if at all? Is this just some sort of ring here out there that tries to find there certain ways to get into people's homes to take things and maybe just take a safe? Maybe the safe was just the intention. How does somebody know they got a safe?
Yeah. It definitely gives that vibe. And there's definitely people that walk around there all the time, it seems like, with these backpacks looking for stuff to take.
That too, I don't know if this guy had a backpack and he prior broke into somewhere else and just had his backpack full and he was trying to do another one. But there has been no reports of other type of crime in that area unless it's one of those construction. The point I was making about this person that contacted me in the email with theories, people send theories. I got 10,000 tips from this case from just people with theories. And I try to go through all of them. And if I don't go through some of people, I apologize for that. But somebody suggested in a sense that this guy could have been a construction worker, actually vandalized or took tools from his own site. So it'd be hard to notice, or maybe they don't report. And then in the course of being out there, continue to go on another house and do another house while they're out there.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it turns it if it turns into a burglary, turning into snatching a 150-pound woman, that's taken it to a whole different level.
Yeah, that's almost escalating to like another. You're escalating your bad habit, and they say that's what that's what happens. It starts out one way, and then they have another addiction that they want to try or something like that. It could be as just something as simple as that. I don't know. When you watch this video over and over again and you see the Ring camera focus and it's walking up like that, you almost feel like you see the shadow of that plant left to the sidewalk shifting. Is that from the pixelation of the Ring camera? Is that, maybe a different light from somebody else, that's there shining it, to make it, look this way. But when he walks up, you can just see some characteristics of his head. He's got like a little indentation at the top. His nose shows when you freeze it a certain way. I just feel like the FBI has a technology to where they can actually do a sketch of his face.
I mean, you would think. I mean, the last caller just said, I scans, iris scanning. I don't know. I personally thought there's some,
I'm
you could
beginning to
possibly,
wonder.
kind of coordinate with all the eye exam doctors all in the area that have everyone's eyes on record that go in and get eye exams. And
Great
kind of
idea.
see if you could somehow get a good image of this like this and somehow cross-reference and see if anyone has the same eye shape patterns or anything like that.
Yes.
Facial recognition, former inmates or people in the jail system that take their mugshot, maybe somehow
Yes.
these eyes here and kind of cross-reference to see if you could get a match. Maybe they already have a match. I don't know.
That's thinking outside the box, and that's what it's going to take.
Honestly, I don't think
Well,
that
I appreciate you
is,
stopping by. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate your time. Y'all all have a great day. Keep it positive out there.
Thank you. You take care.
I'm sitting
Bye-bye.
here looking at the video.
Nanos. This is the very first one. I saw this. I was looking at everyone was talking about.
I don't think that video's from Nancy Guthrie's house.
Nanos in the
Her
dark.
mailbox
talking about this
is
case.
off to the side.
Saw
at
this
the
on
end of the
Matt
driveway.
Black.
And she
Actually
has a circular
enhanced the
driveway.
audio on it. And so I was looking at an old press conference. This is the very first one. Some people say go back to these press conferences, go back to things that were said. Kind of like, get a feel of what they were saying at the beginning to where we are now with this case. Sometimes you have to go back to the beginning and just go back to the basics and go to the beginning and go through everything.
I don't think that's
and
Nancy
see.
Guthrie's
If anyone
house.
wants to chat, come up
in.
We got an empty forum right now. Saturday morning, keep talking about the Nancy Guthrie case. Let's listen in on Nanos on an old one here. We're gonna listen to Nanos here.
You can almost
Nancy Guthrie, I think we sent out a media release to all of you. Came to our attention, we got a 911 call that Miss Guthrie was reported missing from her home.
There's
That call came in around noon earlier today.
going
Our
down. This
teams
is
came
not
out, our search and rescue
Nancy
team,
Guthrie's house. I got to show y'all
being supported by our volunteers from Search and Rescue Association, from PSAR,
This is
from
not. This is,
Border Patrol.
these are them guys that are wandering,
gave us,
and you can
their-
see a house
their,
across the
search
street
and
with
rescue
lights on
dogs.
it. So this
We've
is not
pretty much
Nancy
just thrown
Guthrie's
everything
house.
at this as we can. Miss Guthrie
I'm
is
almost
84
sure.
years old, and is not of good physical health, and so naturally we have some great concerns. The scene at the
I gotta
house
find another
also
one
has some
of
concerns for us as well. And so that's why we're doing all we can to try to locate her. We've contacted and remain in contact with all of our local area hospitals,
let me
the
front of
transport
her
teams.
house right
So
quick,
far, that's proven
so I can show you what I
to
mean.
lead nowhere.
HP
We
off.
will
Oh
continue to
God.
search as we are right
How do
now
you-
with
how do you-
our survey, our air assets. We use drones and our airplane or our helicopter.
Okay,
We'll
let
be
me find
back
the
we'll be at
picture
this
of
all
Nancy
night,
Guthrie's house.
processing the house. And then tomorrow morning we'll start again with our search and rescue mission and try to regroup and see what else we can do. Maybe we've missed something.
So I think this guy is all
I don't need to tell
bogus.
you, this is
This internet,
very concerning
this,
to us. We don't
Nest
typically get the sheriff out
I'll show
at
you
a scene
why.
like this, but it's very
And
concerning.
you tell me if
what
I'm
we're
crazy.
learning,
I
from
might
the
have
house.
my mind too
And
much
so we'll
focused
just
in on
continue,
this thing now. Of course, I've been watching this since
the detectives there, our
that
homicide
was a
team is
picture
out
of the
right
front of her
now,
house.
looking at the scene as well.
I don't want to lose
What
that
is
one.
it
So
about
let
the
me
scene?
go over here. Okay.
I think we're all wondering, can you confirm that this is Vanna Guthrie's mom?
This is Mrs. Guthrie's mom, yes.
And
All right.
you can't tell us anything about what the house.
What I would tell you is we get these calls quite often, missing people, and we do a pretty good job of searching the areas and alerting the media with our media releases. But this one stood out because of what was described to us at the scene, what we found and located just in looking at the scene. So without getting into too much details, I have to allow my team to do their investigation, and they are going to be doing that. They are in the process of things.
Is there anything meaningful about it being homicide detectives, or is that standard?
You know, it's not standard. Typically, our homicide team comes out when we have a homicide, a body. This one was of great concern.
Over here and see if it'll bring up something different or the same thing.
What gauge the chances are that it's foul play? Would you be willing to give us any idea on that?
Well, I hope it's not. I hope we find her. I hope we find her safe and sound. But we can't ignore what's in front of us, and we need to take all the precautions we can and deal with what's the evidence is in front of us.
You said physical factors, like, you know, physical things, but like also does she have dementia or Alzheimer's, any mental?
No, she's what's being reported by family is she's very has no cognitive issues at all. She's very alert, very good sound mind. Just some physical. 84 years old, and especially now it's as cold as it is. She has some physical ailments that limit her ability to move around.
There were some neighbors also looking around for Nancy. Are the neighbors looking around? Is that a help to you?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we in the immediate area, we ourselves with our dog teams and our search and rescue teams, we'd ask them to stay out of that area. But we certainly understand their concerns too. And if they happen to find anybody or see something, anything, call 911.
How cold did it get? Oh, she was missing overnight, I take it? She was.
Well, she was last seen at about 9:30, 9:45 last night.
9:30, 9:45. Yeah. Do you know how cold it got last night? Is that a concern?
You know, you guys are going to know that better than I.
Is that a concern, though?
Well, it's cool right now. 84 years old. I'm cold. Yeah, no, it's
so when she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home. Is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
And who called in the missing report?
The family.
You want? Can you say who?
You know, I don't have that name in front of me.
And is Savannah Guthrie?
Hold on a minute. So he said 9:30, 9:45. See, that's one thing. And then he said the family seen her inside her home. Did you hear that little nugget there? Because, you know, we were like, well, what's the proof and evidence that Nancy was brought home? And how do they know for sure she was brought in? Well, one thing, the discrepancies on this is that the sheriff said, at before it was the second press conference, which the press guy said 9:45, but here he says 9:30, 9:45. Now I'm going to reverse it back, only to be followed by a timeline that said 9:48 to 9:50, the garage doors. Just listen to this again.
And who called in the missing report?
The family.
You want? Can you say who?
You know, I don't have that name in front of me.
And is Savannah Guthrie in Tucson or on her way?
She is not here. No.
What are some things, like if someone sees something, like what are some things that people should be watching out for in this case?
If maybe you ran into her, maybe she wandered off and you ran into her. If you've seen her or anybody like her,
Be right back. Hubby's home.
You know,
just hang tight.
Even being of good sound mind, you could have an incident that happen that causes you to lose some of your soundness. But I just would tell you that, look, if you've seen this woman since 9:30 last night at any time, give us a call. Let us know. You know?
And you said that you've checked with hospitals. Have you guys?
Hold on a second.
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
She was last seen at 9:30, 9:45, and then the reporter says, did you see her inside, or did they see her inside the home? And he said, yes.
Now, 84 years old. I'm cold. Yeah, no, it's
so when she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home. Is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
So they, well, meaning who would appears to be Tommaso, right? Tommaso saw her go in the home. So I just wanted to put that out there, but the timeline is much different than the 9:48 to 9:50. But again, Nanos might be just processing information as as it is, and then eventually changes it up or whatever like that. But I think these keys are important here. Going back to the beginning, going back to the basics. I strongly encourage people to listen in on these earlier press conferences. This is the very first time he spoke about this matter. It appears this is February 1st. It appears it's on at nighttime, February 1st.
It too has its limitations.
Now, this is the second time that I personally know that an elderly person has gone missing in the foothills in the past year. Is there a pattern at all that we are seeing? And it doesn't have to be just elderly, any pattern at all.
You know, we have missing persons and search and rescue missions, not weekly, not monthly, daily here in Tucson. And it can be from a young 19, 20-year-old hiker who just gets lost in the desert or lost in the mountains. It could be an elderly person who's wandered off from a care home or something. So, you know, it's just Tucson has a lot of people here who enjoy the outdoors. It's just beautiful. And so you get the hikers and those kinds of calls. And then, of course, we also have our elderly population. It's a great place to retire. And a lot of people choose this area for that reason. And of course, when you're coming here for that reason, what's the attraction? A lot of the great weather we have today is a beautiful day. The outdoors, even to the elderly, it's just, So our search and rescue teams, our search and rescue volunteers, we could not do this job without them. It is tremendous work for them, and they every day are out here helping us.
Can you tell us what the homicide detectives are doing besides being here at the scene processing evidence? Are you looking at acquaintances, friends, family, or?
Well, I mean, we're talking to anybody and everybody. I mean, that's just, that's what you do. We've
Right.
got to hear from people and talk to them. When did they last see this person? What do they know? Do they have any ideas for us?
Is there
Is there
anything
somewhere
from the
else we can
evidence of
check?
the scene that makes you think there may have been some random encounter?
The only thing I can tell you at the scene is it's concerning to us that it's enough of a concern that we called out our criminal investigation team.
Any aerial surveillance?
Well, that's, you don't see it now, but we had our Survey One, our aircraft. We have our drone systems, our what our volunteers, their drone systems that have some great technology attached to them. What other air assets? Earlier today, our chopper was out here, our helicopter. So we're throwing as much ground and air assets as we can at this. And now I hear our airplane somewhere up there.
Is there anything else that we didn't touch on that you think is important for people to know?
No, I just, like I say, I know that this is going to get some attention, but I just hope that we can find her, that somebody might know something, that they say something. Let us know what you would. And the call is our 911 center or 88 crime.
The concerning evidence.
This is the beginning.
Once the detectives complete their investigation, maybe then we can share some of that. But right now, we're at the very initial stages of this. The search mission started early today. We'll continue that. We're not giving up that, but it does change its platform because of the nightfall, right? The criminal part of this, the criminal investigation part, is ongoing, and it will continue ongoing until we can resolve this.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we had our search and rescue, our PSAR, our search and rescue association, volunteers, literally hundreds of people out here and searching the area for those dogs that and still no signs. We've let's see, we've checked with all the local area hospitals, continue to check. Support teams, no results. I think what's concerning is what's at the scene at the home is of concern to us, so much so we've decided we're going to call out our homicide team. And so they're here, they'll process the home, do what they can there. And again, as we speak now, our plane was up just a minute ago. Those things are happening. But that'll transition to a daylight search again tomorrow. We'll continue that. We're not giving up that. We're asking the community help us. If you've seen Miss Guthrie, give us a call. Call our 911 or 88 Crime. But we're just kind of working it from two angles. The criminal investigation side will continue at the house tonight. We're looking through processing that and see what we can learn from that. And we'll just keep going.
Does the search for her continue tonight?
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll continue that. At some point in time, they've got to transition and settle down, but they've been out all day, like I say, since noon. Nightfall, it's a different type of search. So we change teams and transition then. I'm going to guess that here in a while, that night team will move on and we'll come back at it again tomorrow morning. They reassess it and look at where could they have missed.
And just because the homicide team's involved doesn't mean this is a homicide.
No, there's no. What we're saying is there's some things there that are concerning to us and we just don't want to miss anything. Search and rescue, their mission is we want to find you. We want to find you safe and sound and help you and get you there. That still continues. But we have an obligation to, when you look at things in this world of ours, you look at that and you go, is something wrong here? Is there something missing? We can't just dismiss that. We need to stay on it.
All right. Anything else?
No.
All right, Sheriff. Thank you so much.
So that was the very first time speaking. Did you get anything out of that? Well, one, the homicide people were there, opposed to missing people, the homicide people there. It's just interesting hearing some of the things that he said at the beginning stages. Gigi's in the chat, a guest that continues to come on to the channel and share her insight. Gigi, good morning.
Good morning, JLR and chat.
Good morning. Did you see that? What I just played?
Yes, I've seen a lot of things since yesterday that are very upsetting to my spirit, to be
Sure.
honest. One was what Nano said in the interview yesterday that 857 had posted.
I'm going to break in on this, guys, and show you something.
That Nancy is no more important than
I want to
anyone
show
else.
you.
Well, I think that is a true statement, but I think it was a little rude to say, considering your lack
pull
thereof.
it up. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me see if it'll let me.
Not to mention that you have to remember that family members are always listening to saying rude things like that. Like, I mean, not that Savannah's any more important than anybody else, but this is the guy who said he saw 13 major crimes in the recent past. But here, if you watch 857 channel, man, they got a shooting every night. So 13 ain't many if you do your math. Also, there's things that that I came across last night, and then I went down my own rabbit hole because I don't never just believe what they put on the tube or social.
Okay, hang on, guys. I'll keep them in the back for a minute. Set screen. Okay, I want you guys to look at this. That's as big as I can get it. Okay. Just for a moment, I'm going to show you something that I don't think this is Nancy's entryway. Okay? Just bear with me for a minute. First of all, you don't see the wrought iron things. I don't know if you can see my mouse or my cursor. Anyways, you don't see the wrought iron walkway steps going, on each side of her doorway or on each side of this whatever you want to call it, the entryway. There you go. But this is what has got me kind of, okay, let me back up just a tad, a little bit more because it's a little lighter. Okay, see at the end of this walkway, there's a damn mailbox. Her mailbox is over on her driveway to the left, right? Right. These lights and stuff back here, and there's houses right there. This is not, there's even a block wall. This is not at Nancy's house. I think this is a bogus video. We'll keep watching. But see, there's the mailbox. There's no wrought iron. Now watch this. Her mailbox is not there at that part of the house. Anyways, I just thought I'd throw that in. Let me remove it. Let me get JLR back up here. Oops. Oh, I was going to say shit. I took him completely down, but I didn't.
Just think
now
about
he's
that,
showing
okay?
it too.
Well,
That,
But look, there's the
I'm in
mailbox.
on
Anybody notice that
You know,
stuff?
I-
yeah, give it to me.
that
Oh, let me turn
backpack
this
can be
volume
bought
back
at the
on.
Walmart on the Mexico side.
Did I
Yep.
not?
Nogales on the Mexico
What the heck is
side.
going on here?
Not Nogales, Arizona, but the Mexico side. There's a Walmart there, and that same
Well,
backpack
he's
can be bought
talking,
there
and I
too.
don't see the.
Mhm.
This
Now,
is
where
another,
Let
just
me
another
take this
place that
off.
you could get the backpack. You know,
where you think you would get that
Okay, come on. Where's
that
my
jacket that nobody would be able to track
shit?
like
Don't
they
tell me I
do?
gotta
thrift store,
do all this
Thrift
again.
store, lost and founds.
lost and
Lot.
found. You're saying a lost and found. You said before
Yeah,
at
it's
school.
being shared.
I
Where's
mean,
my
hey,
dang
like
voice
it sounds
or
ridiculous,
volume?
but
What the
if the
heck
person, some people
happened?
in question, if that's where they work,
Okay,
that
so
they do
let's
have
do
it there.
this.
You know, you can get lost and found at the movie theaters or anywhere. They have those everywhere, and no
What the
one.
heck?
Just give it a try. Walk into any. If they have a lost and found that you left your jacket there, and see what they do.
Still no
They're not going to
volume.
ask you for no ID or no proof. How you going to prove it?
Okay, well
If
I'm
it's
sure at
still
one point people that work at the lost and found just give out stuff. At one point, it's not
they
redeemed,
absolutely do.
reclaimed, right?
Yes, because
that is not
after a certain
Nancy's
amount of
house. I
time, the
wonder if
rules of
she's
lost and
even
found, I
saying
think it's
that
like a
and we
year,
can't
they
hear
get rid of it. They
shit.
give it to the Goodwill, or they give it away, or they'll have like a thing where they lay it all out in the school and parents come and try to claim their kids' stuff. But
Here,
it's this
Okay,
stuff is sitting
all
around for
right. Then we will just do this over. Let me open them up. Damn it. That is crazy, y'all.
'24 could be a 2025 version. It could be 2026. But you know, it could have been, you know, somewhere down the line, got it, like you said, obtained a certain way, third hand,
That
lost
is
and
a
found,
bogus
thrift
video.
store,
especially if this was just playing.
Facebook Marketplace. But I don't think anyone's buying a backpack on Facebook Marketplace for $11 backpack. You know, you probably just give it away. Maybe it was stolen. Maybe it was left. Maybe the
That's
person
not even
found it.
Nancy Grace's or
I'm
Nancy
just going to say a lot of the
house.
pieces, like some moves that were made months prior by certain
Mhm.
people, you know, it all fits in. It all fits in. Now, I can't explain to you why Nanos wants to clear people without giving you proof of how he cleared them or where that's coming from. But I think, like most people say, pressure breaks pipes. And don't forget, Nanos is an
Only one
elected
step
official.
down.
He knows he's at the end of his rope. He
See,
knows
that's like
if you
3
just
steps
lost
down,
by
I think,
400 votes, you
with
know
a wrought
full
iron
well
side
you're
rail.
at the end of your career with this.
I gotta find a
So
I think he
picture
did
of her
Magnum
house. That's
PI with
bottom
this
line. Go
he's busy
to
trying to look like Poncherelli instead of solving murders. Now he's also said, JLR, he don't come out to missing cases. So if they're all equally yoked, then what made you come out to Nancy's then?
Yeah.
That was my question as a reporter. You just said in the interview yesterday that every missing person that goes missing is equally yoked. Then why did you come to Nancy's? You said you never come to missing persons, but you came to Nancy's. It's just very suspicious, his behavior and other people's behavior. I can explain why our dear friend was missing in action for 40 days until you did the come and bend down with the flowers with the sisters. Why? Because if you shaved your beard off, you need time for it to grow back.
Somebody,
grow
the
back.
facial hair on this guy, it is indication to me also that some people's facial hair grows fast.
Yes.
Yes. Slow. Something like that. That type of facial look to me looks like someone that has to shave every day if they don't want it, because you're gonna get that shadow. What's called the after shadow that comes up quickly within a day.
Now, if you take in look at a person that's very heavily bearded, okay, and clearly they don't struggle with their facial hair growing, right? You got more hair in your beard than you do on your head. So if you shave that, I would assume that your hair probably grows pretty fast. You know what I mean? Like you don't lack
a beard. You're gonna have that's gonna take months.
No, for a full beard to grow back the way it was all the way down to his chest. You know,
who we talking about?
Where Tommaso's beard is not all the way back down to his chest.
Yeah, let me get his
now.
photo.
Why? Everybody wanted to know, why did they do that? Why did he do that?
So you're still eyeing.
Cover up nothing else. He made sure he covered up that whole nose and mouth area. I'm just saying. I don't think Nancy will ever be found, unfortunately, because you got a sheriff who's playing games, and some family members that seemingly are playing games. That's my.
Okay, there's.
But you're still on the Tomaso.
All day long. All day long.
Morning, Rose. How are you? I hope you're better today.
No, it's all of it.
Within the last one.
It's all. You know, it really is.
The first second.
All of it. Everything from the start, right where you started, from when Nanos was out front of there to current day. And I still believe somehow, some way, Nanos and that find out.
Yeah, your thing's cutting in and out.
I'm gonna keep looking.
Thanks for stopping by, Gigi.
But that's what I have for you.
Thank you.
Have a good one, JLR and Chad.
You be safe out there. If anything, let me know, okay?
I sure will. I'm gonna send you an email.
There's a telephone pole right there. That's not.
All right, we got two people in the chat. We got Santa Barbara Super Granny. We got a J. Put up Santa Barbara. Good morning.
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. What's your name? Super Granny?
Super Granny.
Where are you from?
Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara. Good morning. Welcome aboard. It's early there, right?
It is, and I have children older than you. So when I tell you you're handsome, I'm not flirting with you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Made me blush. Thank you.
I am concerned. I know when the children contacted the police that the mother was missing, that they didn't know at that time how serious it was. But I kept thinking, I wish they would see if there was urine in the toilet. If they were there for 40 minutes.
You think they used the bathroom?
There could be DNA, even though DNA from urine is not as reliable as blood or saliva. But who knows? There could have been a pubic hair. Who knows?
No, you raise great points. And we haven't really discussed that. You know, the longer the perp's in the house, if that 41 minutes is, what it is, we're going based off, the timeline that they put the last time that thing has sync with the pacemaker syncing. We were talking about 41 minutes, right?
Exactly.
Before, but the perp's inside the home. He's obviously in the home.
Yep.
Because they're saying she got kidnapped from the bed. I mean, you got DNA possibilities, bathroom, got to get sneeze, cough, bathroom, pee, urinate.
Exactly. And they didn't know it was that serious at that point, and I'm sure it was flushed,
Rosie.
maybe by detectives or FBI. Also, when I first heard about this situation, I did call the FBI because when I saw the guy on the porch, yes, it's obvious he's got clothing underneath those pants. And I told the FBI that I thought it might be a wetsuit. Now, maybe being from Santa Barbara, that's just how I think.
Mm-hmm.
But it would make sense to have something like a wetsuit so your DNA isn't revealed if you hit a bush walking through the backyard or if you sweat, which you will sweat in a wetsuit. But I did tell them that I would check these sporting goods stores in Tucson. So I did look up, and yes, they do sell wetsuits in Tucson.
They do wetsuits.
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
And
shocking.
I actually
There's no water there, but I guess there's no water in Tucson.
I know I think that so many people that live there travel and they experience other areas of the United States other than Tucson, though. Here's another thought.
So what did the FBI say? Like, what did they respond to you?
Well, I went through the entire thing that you had to go through, giving my personal information, and I never heard back from them. But they were, I thought, very professional. I was pretty sure
Did they respond back to you, though?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they respond back to you from?
No.
So I just, based off my own experience, and I've done things, in the past, tips to FBI and stuff like that. Sometimes I'm minding sometimes I give a tip, right? They process the tip. I've done this before. Again, with anything, especially when you call, it's a lengthy process. By the time you get done giving that tip to whoever's on the desk, everything, a half hour passes at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
All that messaging, identifying who you are and everything like that, the swearing under the penalty, whatever. You just give the information. Now, you can hang up, done that many times, never hear from them again. Guess what? There's been times where I'm minding my own business a couple days later, and next thing I know, I get a 202 number in my phone, and it's them calling back and asking to elaborate a little bit or follow up. Now, if they follow up, it appears that they are interested in what you have to say. If you don't get anything again, it's fair to say that what you gave them, they're not interested.
Right, I understand. I told them other things, but I can't remember everything I told them.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to say, I was pretty sure it was a woman at first, and I've bounced back and forth. But yesterday, when a man called you and pointed out the bumps on the hair, on the head, on the mask at the top, remember the bulkiness?
Yeah, I'll show it. Let's see if we can find it.
That to me, I'm having a hard time with my throat. That reminded me, it looks like a woman's hair could be pulled back.
You're saying some puffiness. Let me see. Let me see the puffiness. Kimberly Cotos thinks the person has a double chin. Could be. If you look at the bottom of his face, the mask on looks like he has a double chin.
Do you remember? Do you remember the first guy that you followed when the SWAT team was there? Do you remember that first guy that had kind of chin length hair? He had dark hair, and it was the very first one that you followed. It was before Luke. It was before
Carlos.
No, it wasn't Carlos. It was before Carlos.
You're saying somebody was out there in the field, out there at the house?
Yes.
Oh, that's a poor guy. I don't want to say his name, but he got blamed.
Okay, don't say his name, but I just want to tell you, when they showed him, I thought that guy, I sized up his ears to where the ears are on this guy's mask, under the mask. And the build, that I thought was sure. I thought for sure that was him.
But look, it kind of does look like he has a double chin. You're saying this person could be a woman?
Well, I thought it might be, and I bounced back and forth. But when there's so many things that have been revealed, the ring on the little finger under the glove, you can see that. I have never known a woman to wear just a little ringer thing, a little finger ring. If a woman wears a ring on a little finger, she usually has rings on other fingers. But a man commonly puts rings on little fingers. So then I went back to it must be a man. But there's and let me make another comment here, and then I'll let another caller call in. Why are we assuming that the blood droplets on the front porch are from that evening? Does anyone know why we're so set on that?
Great question.
Because how do we know it didn't happen 3 days before when she was gardening or something? It might mean nothing.
Could be just because she was there and she, she's by herself and she didn't, want to clean it up. Don't have the capability.
Because there's no footprints, there's no smears, there's nothing, and that's just very odd.
Well, if you look at this photo right here, it's interesting. Do you see like any drops of blood like on the steps there?
Not at this view.
I can faintly see things, but again, eyes are deceiving. Yeah, maybe it was already there. We just can't see it there. I don't know, but I don't see any really. But I do see it like going outside the foyer there. I see these like brown little spots, but I don't know.
Well, what I'm saying also is I'm not necessarily saying that it happened after. I'm saying it could have happened before, and it could have been dried up. And since she's missing, we're looking for signs, and maybe that's not even related. And another thing, I have some notes, but I'm kind of rambling here. People talk about how he walks and he's slow, but it's dark. It is so dark that even if you're familiar with an area, if it's that dark, you have to watch your step. And when he looked over his shoulder, people thought he might be looking at a driver or a car. It could have also been he just heard a noise. Maybe he got startled. It might have been a snake or an animal.
Yeah. He also looks over his shoulder, or he looks, beyond when he goes out there. Where are you talking about? Like at this point, it's coming up.
When he's picking up the foliage.
Okay, so he's picking it up,
and he looks over his left shoulder.
Right there.
And watch. I think that who knows what it could be. I wish it were a driver and we could figure out who was driving, but I think he might have just been startled, or she. I don't know.
Heard coyotes, heard javelinas, seen something, heard of something in the bush there, something moving, just to make sure. Yeah, we touched on that yesterday. He does look over there. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily out on the road or onto the right side of their house, looking out, or left side looking out, or looking into our house, the left side towards her patio there on the left side of the house. Something over there piques this guy's interest. Look.
Now, when I'm looking at this picture right now, that's like a negative. Is that correct?
When you're looking at it, what do you mean a negative?
Is that like when you're probably too young to know what a negative is?
Yeah, I am.
In the olden days, when you had pictures and camera and film, you would get your pictures back, but you'd also get a negative back, which was reversed. They call it reversed something now, I think. So the point is, when I'm looking at him, is his jacket really darker than his pants, or is it reversed and his pants are darker and his jacket is lighter in reality?
That's a great question. I don't know. That's a great question. I mean, I don't know.
Because I want to tell you, on a negative, his white sleeve right now that's showing, on a negative, that would be dark. The white part would be dark on a negative. So I'm trying to figure out what his combination might really be. We know that carpet is really dark, so it is showing up accurately there. So I don't know if it's the same as a negative or not.
Yeah, that rug there is black.
Yeah, so that's
dark brown or black.
That's a good sign.
It looks like the same color as the gloves. I mean, it looks like the same color as the gun.
Yeah, can you
on the backpack, which are black.
Can you take me off audio right now so I can tell you something? Or is
I can't do that.
Not of this. I'll email you.
You can email it. You can send me the email right now while we're on.
It's something that I heard, and I heard it come from the horse's mouth. It was an FBI agent, and I can't believe that it didn't take off and it's not being said more. I don't know. So I want to run that by you. I don't want to say it on the air. But I did want to tell you one more thing. A friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, was a news anchor at a very popular television station. And these news anchors get a lot more information than they reveal when they're giving the news. They know a lot more than they're telling us. And I think this case is getting close, long story short.
You do?
I really do. And I think silence is a blessing. I think the silence is a blessing. I think they're working on it, and I think they're making the moves, and I think it's going to be solved. I really do.
We shall see.
And I will call you again. I have a racquetball game to get to.
You take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping by.
Have a blessed day, hon.
Thank you too. All right, we got two people in the pipeline. We got Tim Blevins, stand by, Tim, and we got Jay, who's been waiting. Jay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
Texas. Welcome.
Thank you. So I got a couple things to say. Last night, that video that was sent to you from Alex's stream. Some of that clip
video right here.
Yes, some of that clip has been, because it's just a clip. The lady actually said to Alex, she's dead. She's not buried in our backyard. She's buried far away from here.
Whoa.
This
is that part of this clip here? Can I play it again?
I don't know if it's in, it should be in that portion of it unless they clipped it too soon. And that's what made Alex get a little bit irate. But that's the lady that lives right down the street that moved in January that wouldn't give the police any footage of the house that she had on camera.
That's the woman that came out and yelled at me at one point, said,
yes,
going to Nana's house?
Same lady.
Oh, well, she seems a little, she also went to the house one time while deputies were there and marched onto the property and demanded to speak to a deputy about something about her car. She wants to just make it known her car wasn't around or it's her car and she don't want to be mistaken, or it was her vehicle. And she came out and said, if you film me, I'm going to sue.
Well, she ended up calling the police on Alex and them last night.
This was last night.
Yes, she said that they were being loud. They were drunk outside. They were loud. They were being obnoxious, and there was a bunch of people outside fighting. They were not fighting. Actually, a lady went there. The lady you spoke to that was going to bring a box to put all the pictures in a box that the people drew was out there arranging the flowers. They were having a good conversation, and this lady kept instigating with them. Like, she kept riding back and forth before she finally stopped and started just arguing with them.
Well, that's interesting.
But when she made that statement, that's when Alex was like, how do you know she's buried far away from here? How do you know she's not here? But she did. She said she's not buried in the backyard.
Let me play this.
She's
It's
somewhere
on there.
far away. If not, Alex has it, the whole thing.
All right, let me see, because I saw this. I got tagged to this. I saw some people posting it.
So where is she? Did you know this for a fact, right?
See it play again.
And then you'll hear Juanita in the background be like, how do you know that she's...
Nancy's missing. Away from here? How do you know this?
She's buried on the property.
So where is she? Did you know this for a fact, right? Be realistic, ma'am.
So she said something about buried on a property.
Yeah, she said she's buried on the property away from here, is what she said.
I didn't say that. I heard her say that.
And Alex, part of my French, got pissed.
Did you know?
So she goes, she's buried on a property far away from here. She's not around here.
Correct.
How in the heck? Is this just some crazy lady? Or that should definitely
She's the
be
neighbor.
reported.
She's the neighbor that moved in January in that empty house.
Which empty house? You know?
That one you would have to ask Alex, but she did say she's from the house and she just moved in January from the empty house.
So she's the same woman that told me to go in front of Nanos' house.
I believe so, yes.
It kind of sounds like her. because she was like, "You gotta go in front of Nanos's house. You're at the wrong house, dude."
Yeah, the same lady. She drives that truck's actually gray that she's in.
Does she live? If you're facing Nancy Guthrie's house, she lives to the right or the left?
To the right.
If you're facing, how far down?
I'm not sure because they don't show her going in her driveway. She's going out and then she's just driving back and forth before she instigates with them.
Yeah, she seems like she's coming out discouraging people from even being there.
She really is. She just went off on them for no reason. They were minding their business, cleaning up. If you see the flowers, how well they cleaned them up and tried to reorganize everything. She kept driving by them like multiple times before she finally stopped, and Alex just had enough.
I would just say report, what she said and I don't know, but she said she wanted to speak to authorities.
Well, she did. She called the police on them. So everybody talked to the authorities last night during Alex's stream. So I don't know what happened after that. The cops were pretty nice. They said they just don't want to be called out there every night and it to be a everyday thing. But everybody tried to let them know that neighbors are a little uptight because of what's going on. And Alex was like, well, this is public property. So then him and Juanita and them went to go eat because they just wanted to ease the confrontation that was over there. But I also wanted to let you know that I'm the one that's spamming your email so people don't have to keep asking you for it. Mm-hmm. But I know you might not like me saying this, and I'm going to just say it anyway. All the people that are hating on you in your chat, some are very, 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 very disrespectful. You have a whole bunch of people that are behind you and that will go to battle for you. So you do have some true people in your chat that are all for you, JLR, and don't let them haters bother you. If you need anybody to stick by you or anybody to be behind you, you've got a lot of people that are.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You have a good day.
Thank you. Be blessed, Jay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. We got Tim Blevins up in the chat. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome aboard. Hi, Tim.
Hey, JRF.
Where are you from?
Sorry. I am from a little town in Virginia called Atkins.
Atkins?
We
Never heard of Atkins.
Well, it's not a town. It's a CDP. It's a census designated place. There's enough people in one area to count, and that's it. But I mentioned my wife to you. And while I'm walking to her, we have the grandkids today. So they're amazing. But I know my wife wants to say hi to you.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
She says she waves good night to you every night. And
nice.
so
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching.
We
met.
I've sent you several emails. And just a moment, I'm going to go back inside where it's a little quieter, and I have some notes wrote down.
Nice. I want to hear what you have. What you thinking about this case?
Well,
Tim,
what I'm thinking is real world stuff.
What's your wife's name?
Angie.
Angie. Okay. Angie and Tim.
Tim, yeah. The real world stuff that I wanted to bring out was Saturday.
Saturday.
Now, Saturday.
Did Saturday just happen?
Do what?
The Saturday that just happened.
Yeah, the Saturday before church.
Okay.
When
Saturday before church.
Game night, whatever. It's my thought that, I know Savannah's rich. And if I could say something about Savannah right quick, I believe everything about Savannah. Watched her for years. My friends come tell me news that they've seen on TikTok or YouTube, and I say, if it didn't come out of Savannah Guthrie's mouth, I don't believe it. So, I don't think Savannah would be at fault. I think that something happened at Annie and Tomas's house, and whether Nancy could drive or not, but there's something going on over there. And I think Nancy's like, well, I'll be over there in a minute. You know, her daughter's there. Thomas, whatever his name is. He's there. I think something happened there, and she couldn't drive, so she Ubered it. Or didn't feel well enough to drive, so she Ubered over there. If the Uber driver is even real, I think whatever happened over there may have gotten settled, and he brought her home, and something happened. Now, as far as the guy on the camera, I think that's some other time. There's no blood there, and this guy's running around through everywhere looking at stuff. But anyway, let's go back to the blood on the porch. All right, everybody's saying that, you know, they brought her out of the house and she was bleeding. So, do you ever come out of the house and then stop and then go? The blood.
What do you mean by that? You mean go out of the house, stop?
Yeah. So if you're coming into your house, let's say I'm bringing bleeding Nancy home because something happened. Maybe he backhanded her in the car. I don't know. It's a possibility. All I know is fact. And fact is, let me read it to you. Everyone lies. And you've been around long enough to know this. You can believe nothing of what you hear and only half of what you see, because everybody lies. I'm 54. I've seen a lot of things. Been a fireman for years. There's nothing a cop or any other fireman has seen that's worse than what I've seen. But I think that something happened, and they brought her to the house, and a little bit of blood coming up to the door. All right. And then while Nancy's standing there, there's a little more blood. I don't know what's inside the house. Nobody does.
What about the garage door opening up and closing?
And that was at what time?
9:48, 9:50 Saturday night.
Saturday
saying
night.
open and
Well,
close.
I don't normally use my front door. We use our back door. So it's baffling. Another question I have is the blood, the picture of the blood. The camera raises. There's a card in the door. All right. Where'd the card come from? Did they step over the blood to put the card there? There was trouble in the family for somebody to call Adult Protective Services. They had, can I say shit? They had some shit going on. And, you know, they got problems. My family has problems. I'm sure your family has problems. The Bible says your days are few and full of sorrows. So nobody's got it made. It doesn't matter how much money you've got, despite, well, Eminem said it'd buy a damn lot of happiness. But I think that there was problems in the family. And Cameron, was he in the neighborhood?
I don't even think he was in the state at the time. Though some callers, they insist Cameron was there since Nancy's birthday, but I haven't seen any proof of that whatsoever. I don't know where Cameron is. All we know is Cameron came in after the fact, a couple days later, and arrived at Annie Tomaso's home and seen in a car with him.
Well, I don't know Cameron, but to look at Cameron, if you did something to his mom, he's probably going to slap you in the next week. I don't think Savannah would hurt her mom. I don't know much about Annie, but all I know is in my family, and pretty much everybody's family, if you got somebody to point the finger at, you're going to point to the lowest run. You know, we got a meth head in our family. You know, he's trying to get help, but, you know, when something goes wrong, he did it, you know, straight up. I mean, I don't know about the band people or anything, money, I don't know. But all I know is I want Nancy found. It would be awesome if she was found alive, but I don't know that that's physically possible. Let's see.
So you think it has something to do with something in the family, within the family?
I think so. That's a, I'm going to call
But
it a large pop.
They've been cleared, Tim.
Well, they have by Sheriff. I can't say that.
Here he is.
Yeah, there he is. Oh, I tell you, when he talks, I can't understand it. He doesn't answer questions. Nobody answers questions directly. I'd like to have yes or no's, but Nano's just I don't know, puppet, political. Our sheriff, good sheriff, but it's a political job. His officers, they do a good job. I just think that it's probably something. There was some kind of family fight. The blood. They bring her back to the house. I mean, if the FBI, I don't think that guy that's the same night from the camera. I think they have more information than we do. And Savannah has more information than we do. I just think that it would have to be something Saturday night. She walked right by her medicine. No. Did she go in the house? I take my medicine religiously every morning, every evening. So does my wife. She has a lot of health problems, a lot of blood thinners. You cut her, and she's going to bleed. It doesn't take much to do that.
Hi,
Maybe it didn't back up.
Jeanette.
Maybe something happened. Maybe there was a scuffle. Maybe they took her home. I don't understand why Nancy's not with us.
JLR needs to know that
The
is
whole thing's back.
this video.
And
I don't want to bug him again.
Out there, fresh.
I mean,
Something's
I have
going
his
to happen.
phone number, but I don't want to call him.
To make everybody happy.
Only from his other phone thing.
I don't even think the FBI is in the lead, though. There's conflicting information that the FBI has taken over, but Nanos is still speaking as if this is on Nanos' investigation. And the FBI.
But I want him to see if he sees what I see.
Yeah, it went down from a lot of people down to nothing really quick.
Well, we're also hearing about budgets things too, in reference to budget and allocating, and how much resources you're really going to have on this, but you would think.
Yeah, I'm a diehard Republican.
I know there's not a lot of talk about this case anymore on the mainstream media level. It's kind of like, you're in that storm, you're in the eye of the storm. I thought in that moment we're in it.
Yeah, I was in the other room. My son
agents
in here
from all over the place, and then
the dog's in there with them right
There
now.
we are.
So
yeah, I know. When we watch the
I'm gonna
nightly
go back
news
in
with
there in a
Tom
minute.
Yamas, they
but I'm
would
still here, in and
mention
out.
it at the beginning, went to the
I'm
middle,
trying to
went to
figure
the
out
end.
how
It's no
to-
longer there.
you're talking about that ABC News, right?
Say it again.
Your ABC News,
Hi,
right?
Lydia.
It's
You just
NBC
woke up.
News.
You're lucky. I've been up for
Okay.
let's see,
Yeah, her own network, huh?
Yeah, Tom
5.5 hours already.
But, I don't know. How do we find her?
We bring public awareness and don't go away.
Well,
with our part, to me, this is just an open forum with people who have opinions and perspectives of what they feel happened, just like yours. And I'd like to hear anyone else. If anyone else wants to come on to the panel, you see the tips at jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. Send me a message and I'll shoot you the link. Let me know what you're talking want to talk about, and I'll bring you on. We've got somebody in the pipeline right now.
Okay. Can you? I know our time is over. Can you say bye to my wife?
Sure. Annie, right? Her name's Annie, right?
Angie.
Angie. Sorry. Yeah. Angie and Tim. I knew it started with an A. Thanks for watching, you too, and you guys be safe out there, and keep watching. This will get solved.
Okay, thank you for getting to me.
You have a good day.
I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. Happy
Bye-bye.
Saturday. Bye-bye. All right, we got Doug up in the mix. Hey, Doug, welcome back. I remember you.
Hello, JR.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing great. Trying to find out what happened here. It's day 49.
Hope stuff will break, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I just got done taking my medicine. What I was going to talk about the ransom letters.
Yeah, ransom letters.
Why would TMZ get the ransom letters since Savannah works for NBC? I asked Alexa, Savannah has been working for NBC for almost 20 years. I just don't understand why TMZ got the ransom letters. Why didn't they send them to NBC?
Why did Cold get a ransom letter? That's a local news station named Cold. Originally.
Another thing I got thinking, if you work with, since she's worked for NBC for almost 20 years, being a loyal employee, why didn't NBC, throw some money out there to help her to try to, on the rent, on the money that she was given, to get her mom back? Why didn't NBC throw some money out there?
Here we go. NBC Universal, which includes the NBC network, Universal Pictures, Universal Parks and Resorts, and various cable networks, is wholly owned by Comcast Corporation and is generally valued at well north of $100 billion. $1 billion company.
Yeah.
Savannah. Now, maybe here's the thing: maybe they fronted her the $1 million, the network, and said, "Hey,
possible.
You're offering it, but here's, for someone to have $1 million cash available, because she's gonna have to put the money where her mouth is. If somebody really genuinely gives some genuine information that can find Nancy, you're gonna, if they say up to up, but $1 million is $1 million. You could be rich, but I don't think a lot of people have just $1 million just to throw out there in cash.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
So it could have been fronted to her, but you would think the urgency here is NBC, because NBC, how much does NBC give away each year in charity? How much does, for tax purposes and whatnot, how much does NBC give each year in just charity? It's NBC, NBC Universal typically awards $2 million annually in grants to its local impact grants. This is talking about grants. Just in general, they say they give grants. Additional giving. They've donated $6-7 million in the past. They have given out millions and millions of dollars. So why can't NBC say we're going to offer $5 million?
Exactly.
For information on her.
Exactly. Because she's been with NBC almost 20 years.
She's the face of the morning.
Yeah.
She is the face of the morning.
I just never understood that. It's just. And another thing I got thinking, I know people's going to laugh about this and they're going to say I'm crazy. But, I've never been to Arizona. Never been there. But I told my wife that I would love to live there because it's a pretty place, beautiful place. I got thinking, I've heard people saying the prep came up on a bicycle, had a shopping cart. To me, Tucson is like the old West. Maybe these preps came up on horses.
Oh, horses.
Yeah.
It'd be horse poop all over the place, right? It'd be horse poop.
Well, not necessarily, because, in parades, they put them bags on the horses to catch that.
You think some
I know it's crazy.
That's kind of crazy there.
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy.
I'm thinking, like coming on a horseback. What's that song by that guy? What's that song? The guy riding a horse. Ain't nobody could tell me nothing. Riding on a horse, and you're putting Nancy on the back of a horse, man.
Well, what I think they did, and like I said, I know it sounds crazy. I'm just shooting out a wild theory. I think they might, they could have threw her body, across the horse, went down the road, met up with a car that they had parked somewhere.
Old Town Road is the name of the song. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, back in the day, Arizona's the typical horse and the cowboys and the horses.
Yeah.
Like Western. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's kind of far fetched, like the shopping cart thing, to be honest.
I know. It sounds crazy.
Where's the perp's car? The bottom line is that we don't know about the perp's vehicle.
Yeah.
How'd she get out of there? Where's the vehicle? We're at day 49, and there's not one vehicle been identified or put out there. Not even tire tracks, no information about headlights, no information about nothing with a vehicle.
Well, I'll hurry so you can get other people on. I seen on YouTube of a socket. I don't know if I can say her name or not.
Sure, say her name.
I can't pronounce her name too good. It's Reverend Donna
JLR.
Serafina.
Yes.
Oh, JLR's on.
She said, now I'm just repeating what she said.
But he can't listen to
She
me.
said that Nancy came out of the bathroom,
Person either.
and this perp he surprised her. He surprised her when she came out of the bathroom. He hit her in the nose, and that's where the blood came from on the porch there, from her nose. Now she says, I'm just saying what she said. She said that Nancy was took across the border, and I hate to say this, and she said that FBI has discovered homemade cremation sites out in the desert there in Mexico. And she said that Nancy was cremated that night out there in one of them homemade cremated sites.
It's interesting because the AOL has a report out in Saturday, March 21st, today. Detectives urged Nancy Guthrie's investigators to search open grave sites. Open grave sites. As if she was taken to an open grave site.
Okay, I'll be right back. My son is still in here.
Former detective said if it's a targeted abduction, I think it's a targeted. I think it's a targeted. It's not a burglary gone wrong. It's a targeted abduction gone
he's
wrong.
Busy. So I sent him a message.
They either start looking in open grave sites or concealed grave sites. It's a new report that came out today. I guess former investigator named Morgan, an individual named Morgan, Detective Morgan Wright. Brian Etten interviewed him. He said, check open grave sites. Now, open grave site. What's an open grave site? Is that just somewhere, just anyone that can just bury someone? Like, I know in Arizona, what I've noticed in Arizona is by going a lot of these rural roads, there's just grave sites all over the place on the side of the road. Now, I don't know if that's because someone died or someone on their land and they don't have the proper way to burial somebody because of cost. They just want to bury somebody, put something in there to pay respect, and that's it.
But the one caller you just had a couple minutes ago, Gigi, she's a smart lady. I like listening to her talk.
She's good. I like her too. Yep. I like her personality. She comes up with different perspectives.
Yep.
Everyone has different perspectives on the case. Well, I appreciate it, Doug.
All right, JR, if you ever come back to East Tennessee, you've got a place to stay. You can stay here with me and my wife and our two cats.
Nice. We got to find summer wells out there in Eastern Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a wild case.
Wild case. Take care of yourself, Doug.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Open grave sites. Cremated. Hey, Tom. Welcome aboard, Tom.
Hi, JR. Hi, JLR.
How are you?
Good. Upstate New York.
We're at upstate. I used to live up there.
Elmira area, Corning.
Okay, nice.
Kinda
Yeah,
near the Pennsylvania. Yes, and I enjoyed your coverage. I've been watching it since day one. And I just want to say something quick. I picked up on something that Nano said in that video that you just played there. When he was doing the interview, and he was talking about, and this was the night after she was abducted, he was talking about air assets that they were putting up there. Now, I don't know if those air assets that he had the wherewithal or the ability. You know how, like, when a prisoner escapes a prison and they're looking for him, and they have where they do the body heat. You know, when they do the body heat, they can find something that's, that's alive and is a human. I wonder if they didn't have the wherewithal or ability to do that night, because if she was still in the area, I'm talking about, because they probably could have picked up on, on a body. You know what I mean? When they were doing that. So I just kind of picked up on that when he said, and you could hear the planes flying. I'm saying, well, maybe they had some kind of heat seeking thing where they could find something like, a body laying on the ground, that was still warm. You know what I mean? Or alive. Or I don't know if they could do it if a body was buried. If it was a shallows type thing, maybe you could have picked up on that. I just wanted to bring that up because I wonder if they did that or not.
You had to get that from. Well, I don't know what they did with the air assets, but I think they had to get the assistance originally from Border Patrol with their air assets, because the Pima County doesn't have that air capability like Border Patrol has.
Yeah.
Or technology in these choppers, and I believe that Federal Border Patrol or Borstar, Bor Tech, those specific entities of Border Patrol came and assisted with that.
Yeah.
But I mean, these are the critical early stages. What if it made difference? The thermal heat thing, maybe, right?
Yeah, I would think that if she was still in the area somewhere, that they could pick up on some body heat. But I just was wondering if they ever did that or not. I just picked up on that when I was listening to his first interview there, and it kind of struck me. So that's all I was wanting to bring up.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by.
All right, JL, I love you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Take care.
Yeah, bye.
All right, who's up? We don't have anybody up in the pipeline. Saturday morning. Who wants to talk? There you go. tips@jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. I get a lot of emails. I got 10,000. I got over 10,000 emails here. I set up the email here just a month ago, and we've already accumulated over 10,335 emails centered around this case. We got a lot of people who just keep saying things, and from the get-go, I've not been able to shake this feeling that Sheriff Nanos is involved in this somehow or some way. And if you start breaking it down, it makes perfect sense. Let's see. He came from El Paso. Somebody's saying Sheriff Nanos came from El Paso originally several years ago. That's a border town, heavily cartel. He goes to Tucson, another considered border town, even though it's an hour away, heavy cartel. I think he's behind it. Goes on to say, and I wouldn't even sure until you show that picture this morning with him driving this vehicle. How did he get the vehicle? It's an expensive car on his salary. He botched this whole entire investigation because I don't see how somebody could be voted in a sheriff. If they've never seen anything like this, how is he basically a lot of grammar errors, and I apologize, Carrie. Sorry, Carrie. But I appreciate the insight. Basically, is Sheriff Nanos. He comes from El Paso, a border town, makes his way to Tucson, another border town, and he's driving around in a fancy car. And Carrie says that he botched the investigation, or maybe he's cartel influenced. Anyone want to chat? Just shoot me an email right there. Say you want to chat with this. You want to chat. Let's keep the conversation going. Bring some people up in the pipeline. Let's see what happened to Nancy Guthrie. It's day 49. And Daily Express has an article out this morning. Let's just read some of the articles while we're here. Let me put this up in the pipeline here. Daily Express says it could be some sort of revenge plot. Daily Express says a revenge plot. This article says Nancy Guthrie case, a possible revenge plot against daughter Savannah. This came out today. So we're just seeing what's the kind of like the latest thing. She's been missing for 48 days. It's actually day 49 from her Arizona home. As the search for Nancy Guthrie enters its 48th day, the most startling aspect of the investigation remains how little is publicly known about the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the 84-year-old. Despite law enforcement releasing surveillance footage and photographs from Nancy's Arizona residence, as well as recovered DNA evidence, no suspect has been identified and no motive has been established. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos recently told NBC News that investigators believe they have uncovered the motive, but we believe we know who did this and why he did this, and we believe that it was targeted, but we can't, we're not really 100% sure of that, he claimed. The sheriff cautioned the public, so I'd be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it, you're not his target. I don't think for a minute that because it happened to the Guthrie family, you're safe. No, keep your wits about you. Amid the ongoing uncertainty, former FBI agent Harry Trombitis told Yahoo that while a financial motive remains a possibility, it is appearing less than likely there's too much involved, Harry suggested, noting that there are too many ways people can get caught. Beyond that, he clarified that abductions for financial gain are relatively rare, noting they have really deceased over the years. The motive could be for revenge of some type of anger, or it could be for a third purpose that just not even aware of. So this former FBI agent is saying going away from the financial motive aspect of this case and more towards a revenge. That's chat. Josh says it's been a while. All right, Josh, I'm gonna send you a link right now. Sending some links to some people to see if you guys want to come into the chat. Patricia says house next door. Oh, you're going to talk about the gem house. The gem people. By the way, I'm going to put some people up in the chat here. We've got Daryl that wants to talk too. So stand by. I sent about 5 links to people. I've been checking my email. I'm trying to multitask here, check emails and see everything that's going on at the same time. Desiree wants to talk. So if you guys get the link and you come in and you're in the pipeline, just stay in the pipeline. I'll go first come, first serve. One of those things. You don't need a reservation. Come on in, share what you have to say. Come on in. Kind of like similar to right here. We got Josh that entered the chat. See this right there in the left corner of my head? Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Hello.
JLR, how's it going?
It's going. How are you? Welcome
Good.
aboard.
Remember we chatted like the second week? I was the one that called in with the medium tips.
The medium tips. What specific? I got a lot of medium tips. Can you remind me
For
what
the I had she left in something blue, the right turn sign. I didn't realize what it was until I saw the sign between right in front of Tommaso's house. And then I had the RR, which I thought was railroad tracks. And then we were wondering if it was River Road or, you know, when you got to that, what was that town when you guys were looking at Dudleyville? Yeah, Dudleyville. There was water and railroad tracks and a right turn, and I was like, but anyway.
So what's your take with all that, or what's your new assessment here? What do you think's going on?
You know, I thought maybe they had taken her. I don't get a sense that she's that far away, but I don't think she's in the neighborhood anymore. I think that she was originally in that, probably could have been in one of those construction homes. So,
You think a construction home?
Yeah. If she even got back to her house in the first place. I don't know. I thought Tommaso was taller, but now people are saying he's only 5'10".
I thought he was taller. He's much taller than Nancy. He kind of towers over Nancy.
But, you know, at first when they showed the video of the guy, he walks just like him. If you watch Mab last night, His gait is exactly the same as the guy in the video, but I thought Tommaso was taller.
Oh, I don't think anyone believes the purpose Tommaso. I
don't think so either.
look at the eyes; they don't even look alike.
You know, and one thing I did want to bring up: everybody thinks this guy is an idiot for bringing that grass or those plants up to the camera.
Mm-hmm.
But you've run cameras and you probably look through the scope of a gun. If you're focused on something far away and you move your scope and you get a twig or a branch in front of it, it changes your focus.
Okay.
I think he was trying to change the focus of the camera away from his face. By putting that, he thought maybe the branches would take the up close focus and blur the background. Just a take, but
interesting.
I don't know. I haven't ruled out, that whole band theory where everybody hangs out together. That could link him and, Tommaso, his band. It could link the Kayla, Luke. I don't know. I'm so confused at this point. I don't even know anymore.
But you're still watching.
I watch you every day, man. Every day.
Yeah, I wish I could come on each and every day and report more. I do know that a neighbor said that they were interested in a guy they were talking to a guy named Miguel.
Oh, yeah.
Miguel, which is, here I got a bunch of people are asking for links. A Miguel that was a construction worker at Camino Miraval and Camino Escalante. A guy, she told me it was Miguel. I don't know what they mean by that, a guy named Miguel.
Yeah. And remember, I was the one that gave you I had the notion to go to the hospital that night.
Oh, the night of Carlos?
Yeah, I was the first one that said, go to the hospital, go to the hospital.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate that. Went over there to see what's up. And I mean, some people insist that was Nancy that went to the hospital that night.
I had a feeling it was, but it don't make sense if they had already found her, but they're keeping everything quiet to figure out what the plot is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why the family's not talking. Maybe they've already got closure. I don't know. It's just irresponsible to keep the public worried and looking, if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm getting so many messages here. Now some people are coming into the chat. Anything else you want to add, Josh?
No, I'm good. I just want to tell you, keep up the good fight, and hopefully we get some answers and you get back on the boots on the ground there with some answers. So
appreciate it. You be safe. Thank
you.
All
right. Thanks, JLR. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. You too. All right, you're up. Desiree and then Daryl. Hi, Desiree.
Hey.
Thanks, JLR.
Hi, how are you? Where are you from?
Texas.
Texas. Welcome aboard. Good morning.
Hey, I want to tell you, I'm so attached to watching your show. It's amazing.
Nice.
You're cool in my book, babe.
Nice. Thank you.
So let's save Nancy. Oh my God. I am worried about the evidence they found in the house. I am afraid it's so much more than what they're telling us.
How so?
Well, I believe that she was beat up in that house and taken out of there. Well, Nano said that the crime scene inside the house made him call his
homicide.
Yes.
Yeah.
What about without the backpack? How he's holding it?
Backpack?
Yeah, the backpack. In one of those pictures that he's standing at the door with the balaclava with no eyes and no mouth, it seems like he's holding a backpack in his right hand.
Oh, you're talking about the other photo?
Yeah.
I have to look for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to get that one up in the pipeline. I have that one here. I didn't have it in the thing. The secondary photo. Let me see.
Yes.
The one taken on another date.
Supposedly.
Yeah, we don't know the date that it was taken. Let me see if I got it here. Got so many photos. You only can put like 10 in a StreamYard at once. Photos. So
okay.
I'll get it. Here we go. I found one. This guy. This one gives me like Michael Myers vibes. You're saying
I can't understand why he doesn't have eyes and a mouth.
You're saying this guy here had a backpack in his hand right there?
Not that, the one out on the right.
Yeah. You're saying there's a backpack in his hand?
It looks like something's in his hand covering partial part of his leg.
You know, you're actually kind of right there.
I think it's a backpack.
Because you could see it. Look at the leg. It kind of goes right over the leg a little bit.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
And the lights.
Unless somebody enhanced that photo like AI and it just.
Oh.
I mean, that's possible too. Like, when you get these things and people crop these things and put them up, and it could have just not maliciously, but it could have maybe added additional little piece here and there and things
The
like
house
that.
up the street in front of her house with the lights on, that house is very suspect to me. I don't know.
Places they moved out. Who has the
Who's
lights
with you?
on?
Who's with you?
It's my guy. He's with me.
Oh, hey, guy. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, JLR?
I'm doing great. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we've both been watching you and very interested in everything you show us.
Got to see what's going on here. But I do like people stopping by and just saying hi and sharing how they think.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Thank you, Desiree. You take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Daryl, you're up. Hi, Daryl. Good
How
morning.
are you? Good morning.
Good morning. Where are you from?
Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada.
Nova Scotia. Canadian friend. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. What's on your mind?
Not too much. I was watching you play the video of Nanos, and when he says about the timeline at first, and it seems to me like that first video of him, his first interview, was the most real of him. Every other one, it seems like he was, I don't know, bullshit in the media. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he was always contradicting, but he didn't know how to answer it. It's like he had so much media on him, he didn't know how to act. But the first one, he didn't have all the big media, like, you know, hundreds of media around him. He just only had the local media. And it seemed like that was the most honest and true of it all. And when you played that again, I picked up a couple things from that. And the first thing was the timeline.
Okay.
9:30 to 9:45.
Yeah, what he said.
If he
press conference too, 9:45.
Even if it was 9:30, if they were dropped off at 9:30, well, that's 18 minutes where she could have been killed. And I truly believe she was killed that night. She was murdered. And they don't want to say that because to scare away the perp.
All the time, or that's all I'm getting here.
9:30, 9:45. I don't know what happened there with that, you know, why he said that.
And when he said that he brought the, are you there?
Yeah, no, I'm listening.
Oh no, the other thing I was gonna say was that they brought her in because it was very concerning that that the homicide was there. So that tells me right there that there was more blood, and of course they're not going to release everything. If it was just the standard abduction or whatever, they wouldn't have brought the homicide in.
I mean, they would just brought, you know, people. Yeah, I mean, obviously they brought homicide because of the blood. Had to be the blood. Had to be the blood. And that there's some sort of foul play here.
And they said that. And he did say that that it was very concerning, and he kept on repeating that over and over again in that first press conference. So that tells me that she was murdered that night.
You think,
And
just the way they did it is as if she was murdered?
100%. And they're not telling us. We won't know until the end.
We shall see. But where's the body?
Well, that's the $1 million question right there. And you know what?
It raises an interesting point. It went from they really went to no serious search to find her. And we've discussed over and over, it seems like the family has been defeated here. And with the consensus, this is a recovery instead of, she kidnapped alive. Based off their own, what they've been told, what the sheriff has found, maybe the pacemaker indicating that she's dead, and they have the technology to determine she died based on the pacemaker thinking or whatever, the rapid beat on the pacemaker, whatever. It just seems like this is more of a recovery. But recovery because they knew she was murdered there and taken out, or taken out then murdered, or something happened, or what? We get the lack of information. But you raise great points. That's why I played the beginning press conference.
And
Are you there?
Yes. And I will say that backpack, when you see his backpack, so I when you played that video again, and it just dawned on me, that triangle pouch that that everyone's thinking it's a toolkit, but it's one of those ones that's like a socket set. Like you can buy those small socket sets. Well, you can buy those small kits that have there's a hammer in it, screwdrivers, all the other stuff. That's what that is. And then in the front, the very small part of that's like the tarp. That's all folded up nice and neatly.
We don't know what's in that thing, but I would think, and I think most of the viewers would think it's some sort of tarp in there, some sort of blanket.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, I appreciate Daryl. Thanks for the call.
Listen, look, you've been wonderful, JLR, and haters are gonna hate. And you know what? Just keep doing what you're doing, because you know what? I'm not gonna stop watching you.
Thank you. You be safe out there. Thanks for watching from Nova Scotia.
You too, and I can't. Hopefully, you'll get back to Tucson before the arrest is made.
I'm ready to go now. Honestly.
Okay, good.
Have a good day. Bye. Thank you. All right, we got Angela, we got a Justin, we have Abigail, we have a Pearson, we have a Patty. Patty, your device is not connected, so Patty, you might want to come back in, bring in Angela in the chat. Good afternoon, or good morning. All right, it's good afternoon here. Hello. Hello.
Hey, JLR.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a quick question. I don't know, and forgive me if this was already brought up. Good morning. Just a quick
What you got?
Do we know if the perp ever attempted to, and I think I know the answer to this, go in front of the home or do any sort of casing the home before? How did he know to strike at that time?
I don't know, but I have two back-to-back photos. These are two photos of still images from, one is a still image that was only released, and one here on the left, which was a screenshot from the video.
Did I lose you?
Now you're here. As we all know, it appears both of these are different dates. We don't know which date.
You there?
I'm here. Hello. Uh-oh. You vanished. Are you there? Try back.
You there?
I'm here. You here? Oh. Interesting. All right.
Hello?
Thank you. No, she's
Chef
some
is
had
getting
technical problem.
closer.
Pierce, welcome aboard, Pierce.
Yeehaw.
Hello.
I'm here. Hi.
Hi. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been trying to get a hold of you. Thanks for finally taking my call and my emails message, because you've been begging for a bone, and I'm going to throw you a bone today because you keep
Hey,
begging
let's
for
do it.
one.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
Okay. Now, I have to go back in my previous life, before you were born even, so that I can describe something to you that you're going to understand perfectly as I do this. And communication is the most important thing between us, so you understand what I'm telling you. Now, I think it's important that you put out all the information that you can on the porch perp. And so this can be thumbnailed and advertised, and even on Inside Edition or whatever, because I saw something as I was looking, what you were talking about there being a possible phone in the backpack just a couple days ago. Remember that?
Yep.
That people could see it looked like an outline of a phone. Well, while I was looking at that picture, I noticed something, and it took me back over 50 years. Okay. Now, I was a hod carrier 50 years ago. Do you know what that is?
No, what's a hog carrier?
HOD, H-O-D, HOD. Now, I know a lot of people are taking notes, and people are going to verify what I'm saying, but what a HOD carrier is they are the personal assistant for a stonemason. You know, the guy that lays the bricks and builds the houses?
No, educate. What's going on?
Okay.
So here's the
what
photo, right? About this photo here.
Yeah, that's one. Okay. But what happened is, because I was related to the masonry business, I was looking at the porch, and those square blocks that he's standing on are called 12-inch pavers.
Okay.
Okay. However, they are not 12 inches. They are 11 3/4 inches exactly. Right. And usually they come about 2 inches thick, and people use them for their porches, their patios, their driveways. They can be cemented in, or you can just lay them on the ground and people can drive on them, or you can use them in your yard or garden. And I have some of these exact pavers right here where I live.
So
okay.
what does that mean for this perp?
What? Oh, that means that this perp is going to hate our conversation.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, because what happened is they've given up a clue here that's huge. And I think it's humongous, actually, because when they put their foot on the 12-inch paver, which is actually 11 3/4 inches. And by the way, that extra 1/4 inch is for the mortar, you know, the cement as they put them together. So it actually equals out to be 12 inches when they put the 1/4 inch on the side of the stone as they're building the patios or the porches or whatever they're cementing. You understand what I mean?
Cement is powder.
I'm a little confused, but I'm listening to you.
Okay. Well, you see the dark lines between the cement or the blocks.
There at that house right there on the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the mortar. That's like the cement. The dark lines are the cement. So those would be about 1/2 inch wide, but the blocks themselves are 11 3/4 inches. So when the perp puts his foot down, you can zoom in and you can figure out exactly how long his shoe is. And then once you do that, I can't do that on my TV very well, although I've already done this and kind of figured it out, but my TV has like a delay on it when I hit pause and stuff. But with your equipment you have, you can probably do this, and you can probably look through all the videos of the porch perp there. And when if they turn sideways and step on one of those, you can figure out exactly how long their foot is, and you will know how long their foot is. And by doing that, you can go to the comparison charts on the internet, or they're available. And this is in the United States. UK is a different system, but in the United States, and you can figure out what size shoe they wear.
Yeah, because they really never said the shoe size yet. They say that, you know, based off the 5'9", 5'10", but not the shoe size. But
Exactly.
the shoe size is different though?
Well, the shoe size is going to eliminate millions of people. That's why I'm telling you this. It's a clue. It's going to eliminate millions and millions of people.
It's a bogus
And the other thing, Yeah, well, the other thing is people are still discussing if it's a man or a woman. So you can go look on the chart once you figure out, and I'm going to let you do it because I've already done it, but you can figure out exactly how they are. If you can zoom your TV to exactly 11 3/4 inches on the block, then you see their shoe, and you can measure and take off the inches that don't go across, like if they have a, say, a 9-inch foot, and then you can go to the chart and you can figure out a man's chart and get the shoe size, and also a woman's chart and get the shoe size. Now, I've already done this myself. I'm not going to tell you what sizes they are. I'm going to let you do that because you're the investigator. But I'm just telling you how to do it. And it's so simple. It's been sitting in front of millions and millions of people, and nobody's seen it until I noticed it. And I said, oh, my heck, look, there's a clue. There's your bone.
Well, tell us. Don't keep me in suspense. I don't know how to do this stuff. I'm not a pro at this. Please.
Okay. Well, see, I can't see the whole video because there's people in front of it. You put pictures of people in front of it. But if he ever turns to the side and puts his foot down on that block, you can measure. You can get out. You can just judge it. Actually, if it's 3/4 of the block that his foot covers, then that's going to be 9-inch foot. And you can go to the chart and see how much a 9-inch foot, what size shoe you wear in men's and women's, and you can put that out on your thumbnail that this is what size shoe the perp wears. The perp's not going to go cut his toes off to shorten his foot. You know, it's really, he's given us a huge clue by doing this because we can eliminate millions of. Now, I wear size 12 because my foot is 11 3/4 inches. So I wear size 12 shoe. I don't know what size shoe you wear, but everybody else can be eliminated from the perp. Now, I know he may have other people that are involved in this, but if we can catch this guy, and I think he's going to be caught, then he's going to lead us to the other guys in Nancy.
You're saying size 5 with 9-inch shoes, 9-inch feet?
I didn't say that. No. If you, I'm just saying as an example. So what you have to do is you have to judge their foot size because we know exactly. It's like putting a ruler down really by his foot because you know that that's exactly 11 3/4 inches, that block. It's called a 12-inch paver, and they're really common all across the United States.
Okay. Yeah. No, I feel you on that. Okay. All right. So
if you can get
size, let's eliminate them now. Let's eliminate suspects. What's the shoe size? What do you think?
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote you for Sheriff. Vote you for Sheriff.
I can't. Okay, I can't get a good picture of him where they turn the foot sideways. But when he first walks onto the porch, he has a backpack on. I think his second step with his left foot, he steps on right on the line on the back, and so it leaves that space in the front. And I can only judge, but I can't put a ruler down. But if you actually turn his foot sideways, and you've got a shot of him sideways as he's turning around, that I don't have that, and I can't do that with my TV. Although I do have a big screen TV, I can't zoom it in and out like that to get it exactly 11 3/4 inch on that block so you can see their foot. But you can judge about what size their shoe is by doing this. And I'm sure the FBI has done this already. And so they know, but they're not giving us the bone. They're not telling us, but I think they should because somebody knows this guy. This is somebody's brother, son, cousin, co-worker.
With feet, though. Okay, say you get the feet, and you say you know it, or say he wears a size 10. We'll just throw out size 10. I mean, how does that really narrow it down? You just eliminate. I guess if they're interviewing suspects, they could say, "Hey, put up the tape measure. What size feet you got? Okay, you don't have a size 10. You're out of here. You're eliminate cross-examination."
What size shoe do you wear?
Get the truck ready for a motocross race.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Well, if they're size 10, then okay, well, you wouldn't be thrown out. But I'm telling you, it would throw out anybody that's under what size it is or over what size it is automatically. And somebody knows this person. And somebody may be sitting there thinking, well, the eyebrows kind of look like my cousin's eyebrows, but they would never turn them in. But then they got thinking, hey, this guy wears a size, X shoe. And that's the same thing that they found that this guy, the porch perp, was wearing. And then they may want to turn him in.
So let's play devil's advocate here. What if the perp wears specific shoes to make his shoes feel bigger or smaller than he really is to throw people off?
Well, the shoes look like they fit pretty well to me. You could also get a hold of the shoe manufacturer if you can figure that out and talk to them. And in a male shoe, they may have more eyelets, holes that the strings go through. Then than a woman's. You know, they may have another, one might have 7 and one might have 5. You know, for men's and women's, it might be different. But the Perp is not expecting us to figure this out. He didn't come there wearing different size shoes like that.
I mean, yeah, it can be hard to navigate. But, I've been to the store before myself, and I've gotten size 11 because there was 10.
I'll check.
I just get 11 and whatever because I like the style.
Okay, you be
Yeah.
safe.
Well, if you've got a good picture of him turning the foot sideways, then that would be the best one. But actually, when he walks onto the port with the backpack on, that's the one that I saw. And like the second step, I think we took with his left foot, it looks like he put his left foot on the back line of that, and there's a space in front of it. And then I just have to estimate it because I can't manipulate the TV or turn the screen, to do it. But someone could do that.
All right.
If
So what size shoes do you think he's wearing? Just throw it out there. Go ahead.
Me? I think it's probably a size 9.
You think he wears size 9? So you think 5'9", 5'10"? That's what they say. Size 9 shoes.
Yeah, that's about what it looks like to me. So it's either going to be a small man, because that's about average for a man, I suppose. So it's going to be probably a small man shoe or a large woman shoe, because still people are still saying that and throwing that. That's why I said you could go to both charts and put that in your thumbnail and say, these are the size shoes that he's wearing. Is it a man or a woman kind of thing?
Well, I wear a 10. I got an alibi. You got an alibi? Any size?
I wear a 12, so I got one. Yeah.
Where you from?
Not many women wear it, like size 12, except for maybe Caitlyn Jenner, formerly known as Bruce Jenner.
Where are you from?
Dalton, Georgia.
Dalton, Georgia.
Born and raised.
Nice. All right. Well, I appreciate the insight there, man. I'm sure they know. They haven't ever released a size shoe of the Perp.
Yeah, but you can do it very easily, and I just saw it, and it just popped into my head. I go, oh, you could do that because you can just if you have a good picture where he turns size, he's turning because he comes in and off the porch, right? But I can't see that because there's people in the bottom of the thing, and I can't see it on my TV.
Yeah, I'll even put this banner off. So now we got a clear shot. Boom, right there. There.
Okay. Let's see, and what I'm thinking is, if you can get the shoe size out, people are going to know what size their spouse wears, their brothers and sisters, and they're going to know, that even though they weren't thinking of turning them in, but yet maybe they've got a tattoo and they got the eyebrows, and then if the shoe size matches up, somebody might like to have that $1 million. You know what I mean?
To look for a pair of shoes, but his defense attorney, if he gets caught, might pull up a pair of shoes to the jury and say, if the shoes don't fit, you must acquit. What do you think? If he's in denial, like if the Perp is in denial, and they're like, well, Perp got like a size 8 or 11.
Okay.
I'm
sure.
The glove don't fit, must acquit.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure when he came there, he wasn't expecting that he was going to have this, be able to video, and that we have this evidence right in front of us. If you just put a ruler down there, you don't really need a ruler because we know that's 11 3/4 inch on the 12-inch paver. And I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying to use it as evidence. What I'm saying is I would use this as something to convince somebody to turn somebody in, because somebody knows this guy or girl, yeah, and somebody knows, and they know their shoes, they know their eyebrows, they know if they got a tattoo, and if they got those things, somebody would turn them in for $1 million.
You think it could be a girl? Female?
First of all, that's a bogus video. I
don't know. The eyebrows do look manicured, but some guys do that. They manscape. So I don't know.
You ever get your toes done at a thing, like a pedicure?
Nope, never done that. The only one that ever touched my toes was my mama.
Be safe out there, Pierce. Thank you
I'll
for the
do
insight.
it.
You have
Hey, remember this. To get to heaven, I got something for you to remember. To get to heaven, turn right and go straight.
Turn right and go straight. Oh, it's interesting. Thank you for that.
Write that down, JLR. I appreciate your show. I've been watching. In fact, I carry my phone with me when I leave the house. I've got it on the team. And by the way, you're saying something really wrong. I want to tell you, because when there's 10,000 people, you keep saying there's 10,000 people watching people, but that's not really true, because there may be 3 or 4 people at my house watching, you know what I mean? And that's how many devices there are actually. Yeah, that's how many devices there are. Cell phones, TVs, but a lot more than 10,000 are watching you. You know what I mean?
You're right. Sometimes we got families, full of people watching JLR Investigates. Plus like
That's
a whole
true.
big room, conference center.
That's true.
You're right. There
Yeah.
could be 50,000 watching right now, eyeballs. So
That's
yeah,
true.
thank you.
I'm proud of you for cleaning up your life and doing your thing, man. I appreciate you and all the guys on the ground in Tucson.
All right, take care. Have a great day.
You
God
too.
bless you. Bye-bye. Nice, man. Shoe size, folks. We don't really talk about the shoe size. I mean, it would narrow out people that they interview if they have an idea. He's saying size 9. You know, sometimes people, they really like your averages if you're a certain height. And in kind of like body type and sense, kind of gives you an indication of what your shoe size is, your feet. But some people have bigger feet than their tallness, and some people are shorter. But I get it, size 9. So go around. That might have eliminated Tommaso right from the get-go, because they're like, no way, you're not that guy. I mean, you don't look like the guy at all. But Tommaso might have like size, he might have size 12, 13 feet or something like that, But we know it's not Tommaso there at the doorstep. We know that. Who is that? Luke? Somebody just said we got 3 watching from our house. Nice. All right. So Mary, welcome aboard, Mary. Got Mary.
Hi,
Susan.
JL.
Hello, Tammy.
Hi, JLR.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Where are you from?
Oh, okay. I had to figure this out. I've never done this before, and I was waiting on a phone call.
Nice. Where are you from?
I'm from Tennessee.
Nice. Great state of Tennessee. Welcome.
Okay, and we think you're very awesome, and we have really enjoyed watching you. I want you to know that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Did you know that Brian came on yesterday and said that they do have DNA from inside the house?
Brian Hinton said
Yes.
DNA in the house.
Yes.
I mean, we've figured that, right? We've heard mixed DNA.
More than one step.
Inside the
Well,
house.
his terminology wasn't mixed, but I mean, it probably is. But he was talking about it on Facebook yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that really might bring it up to the forefront of them getting ready to catch this person.
Absolutely. If they actually got legitimate DNA from there that they believe is the perp, but they can't identify it now because of, CODIS, not the perp, not in CODIS. It's at a lab right now. Most likely like an Othram and IgG, investigative genetic genealogy lab, and it is being analyzed to a T. And if that's the case, and they got a legit somebody there that should not have been in that house, not a worker, not someone that's never been in that house before and don't know Nancy from a can of beans, being in there prior, you can rest assured at this point, 49 days into it, they got some sort of family tree going.
I'm sure that he can. I'm sure you can message him.
Somebody within this perp's family is they probably expanding out there. I'm just speculating at this point because it takes a while, but we're in that number. We're in that sweet spot right now, I think.
I'm sure if you message him, he could tell you what he's heard on how close it is. But have you considered I know you're going back at some point, but have you considered going back? I know it's hot, and doing like half in the morning and a half in the evening, and then take a break in the day, or do some like for your hotel. Have you thought about that?
Yeah. I'm really considering going back. I'm told by people, a lot of people are encouraging me to go back there. Temperature looks like 100 today, 99, 95, 94, 96, 96, 96, 89. Looks like by next week. But yeah, I mean, we can do split days and everything like that. But I kind of like the command center here because, I'm in the air cooler and, something different, change up for a while. I mean, if there's a break, but I want to be there when there's a break in the case to relay it all to you. But we also have Tucson, we have Alex, we got other people there that are there too that we can get informed, and I can be there within hours. Maybe I can get there within 8 hours, but hopefully nothing breaks in the evening time because then I'll have to wait the next day. But if something breaks in the morning, I can be there.
We wish you were there. I mean, I understand about the heat.
Yeah.
That's why we kind of thought if you broke it up, and because you said it's not really hot in the mornings.
No, it's not. Regardless of the weather, it gets probably about, I would say, by 11 o'clock a.m. It's, then it starts going 11 to 4, and then it's really you're in the day. At the end of the day, it's nice, warm. It feels nice. breezy and everything like that. The sun's starting to set later and later each day. It's starting to rise early and early each day. You know, our strategy might be a little bit different here because here, you know, the call-ins and the studio and everything like that. But I enjoy being out in the field. I want to go. I'm waiting for a break, like something. But also, you know, to keep Nancy's name out there and, you know, have perspectives, people could call in, give some insight, you know, maybe even somebody can give like the gentleman that just was in a minute ago talking about shoe size. Maybe the authorities didn't even think about that aspect. Like, oh yeah, you know, let's check the bricks and check the analysts and, you know, narrow down the shoe size of the person. A little clues, you know, one of you are going to share a clue in here. I really do feel like that. One of you out there.
And I think you should take a sun shirt with you when you go to keep that heat off of you where it will reflect off.
I think you got my message.
I'm a sweatshirt. I got a different
Yeah, I
sweatshirt.
know you like a sweatshirt. I would burn up. Those sun shirts, I know. My kids have started going to the Keys and they take me with them.
Hey,
And the
Dennis.
first thing she did.
I'm
she
watching
got
you
me
do
a
your
sun shirt
other
for my first time, so I wouldn't blister
diamond
and let
art.
the heat off. And I thought it would be hot, but it wasn't.
Trying to
Yeah,
get
well,
some
sometimes
light
hot,
towers.
you
I
know,
hope
warmness
it's
without the sun
healthy.
is actually good. It's
How have
motivating
you
for
been?
me, and it actually, I just the heat's fine. I just the sun. I can do 90-degree
It's
heat,
been a
100-degree
minute.
heat being out there. The equipment malfunctions when the sun goes on it. However, very kind people have supplied fans and umbrellas, and I have all that, and I have all that here too. Beforehand, you know, we can adjust accordingly. I don't know if I want to stand there in front of the house in an umbrella. And what's really in front of Nancy's home right now that we can take unless we set a command center in front of the sheriff's
Been
office
lurking a little. Oh,
and just do
that's
streams in front
okay.
of the sheriff's office
Lurk
or
all you want,
banner.
my dear.
There's like 3 spots here centered around
Yes,
this case.
I
You got
have
Nancy's
diamond art,
home
but
here, you got
Dennis,
the KBOA banner for
Dennis
Nancy,
is-
and you got
he's on
the
the,
sheriff's office.
phone
Got 3
side,
spots. I
but-
mean, we could do it. We could bring a table. We could, you know,
He
we
does
could do it.
diamond art also, and he's
I
got
know the guys there
beautiful
sure would
work.
like to have you back because I hear them talk.
What do you want?
I got a lot of locals that are welcoming me back.
Oh, you've got it. Yeah, you have the majority of everyone. I wonder what's going on with the house down the street. I mean, that sounds like something's up.
Want some chicken?
No, it is. I do. Again, I confident in reporting this 100% fact that this house
Be right
is an
back.
interest to the
Bryce.
feds multiple times right here. This house right here. For sure. For sure. It's 3 doors down. 1, 2. That's on the other street. 3. 3 doors down, not to be confused with the group 3 doors down. And then there's you know, this other spot here, this home here, but I never really heard anything statement of facts with this house here. I mean, when you drive by, you can see it's, where's it at? Hey, where'd it go? Hold on. Oh, here it is. This house here. So, so this was taken in November 2025. So keep in mind, this home right here, which is down the, you know, going north of her house, under construction, it pretty much looks the same. This was taken on Google Maps, November of 2025. It looks the same, as it doesn't look like they really like advanced on this. I mean, it's a house, and there's other houses in the area. Now, I know nothing about this house here in reference to FBI going there or anything like that. I only can speak for the other house, but we've been hearing construction sites, plural, with this case of locations that they went to. It's interesting. But you can see here, just Google Maps, workers, a lot of workers.
That
A lot of
owl
workers
is
come in.
beautiful.
Plumbers, you got the drywall people, you got the roofers, you got the
yeah,
cement
it took me a
layers,
while.
survey
I
people.
remember that.
There are all types of workers
But
there
it
that do these
turned out
construction
awesome.
things, you know, and everyone comes in
That
for
was
their own
very
assignment.
pretty.
You got the builders with the wood,
Oh yeah,
carpenters.
Friday the 20th.
You know what I mean?
I think there's a lot more to this than meets the eye.
man.
I don't
gotta
think it's
get my
just by chance.
together.
Again, for
Butterflies and
give us a
over
bone,
20 by
someone,
that's
because
gonna
we
take
need
you
to
a
know
while.
about
I noticed you were
the
close
vehicle.
to the bottom part.
And in fact,
Do it like I
proof
do mine.
that Nancy was taken out of the neighborhood. Like out of the neighborhood. Because otherwise, if the FBI is going around talking to construction workers and people nearby,
Yeah, because of our
they
internet.
got all this, you know, and
BS.
Luke Daly living
Florida Mama
in the
Bear.
neighborhood, Luke Daly living over here, you got Nancy living
appreciate
here,
that.
you got construction sites,
Still
houses
have
right
time to
around
put your
her.
items
I mean,
together and
she
make
could very
something
well
that
be in
you'd
this
like.
neighborhood.
U-Haul,
This
hi.
is the two. They're asking specifically for surveillance of suspicious surveillance
Hi,
in
my
this
dear.
2-mile
How are
radius, starting
you?
at Campbell and Skyline, working its way over to Oracle and Orange Grove, down to here, River and Oracle, all the way over here.
Are you
to
driving?
Campbell and River? This whole area is like a 2-mile radius, right? They're asking for surveillance, anything suspicious from January 1st, 2026 to February 2nd, 2026 in this general area.
Oh man.
Didn't you say that
know what I
cameras
do with the
really
bigger
won't pick
ones
up a
is
lot
they
better
keep
on
the corners
those
on a
houses around there?
table
Not at night.
stays flat.
I don't believe so.
So it is conceivable with that house being under construction and no one there, they could have taken her there temporarily and then the next morning moved her when everything was quote unquote normal.
Well, you
That has been suggested.
Dear. Where you
But
headed?
at that time, though, well, next morning, yeah.
Where are you headed?
But here's another thing too: is there's a lot of traffic in the daytime, right? A lot of traffic around. But I'll say if any day of less traffic in the area would be Sunday morning in the daytime. Sunday morning would be the least traveled day on Sunday morning. So say, for instance, you go with your theory. Taken out of the house there, put inside a house temporarily, come back the next morning and stuff like that. There's a vehicle's going to be seen. And I'm sure they're asking for surveillance, not only from the night before, but into, all the way up to the afternoon. Case in point, Fox News originally pointed out over by Andy Tomaso's home along Oracle that they were asking for footage from businesses going up to 11:30 a.m. on the first. Fox News has reported that they saw the FBI, the authorities, Rudisill, all in that area, Circle K, up along there. There's lots of businesses. They were asking for surveillance on the morning up to 11:30 a.m. February 1st.
Yeah. Okay.
So the houses in her neighborhood, their cameras will pick up from the street.
A bad cold going into that hot, cold.
Daytime, I would think so, somewhere.
Okay, I know John DePietro. He was walking it the other day, and he walked a long ways, and he said, "You can't see the houses, and they can't see me."
That's for sure.
This house has surveillance right at the end of her road, 100%. They were inquiring about it. You can see it shooting right out to the road. This house right here.
The hard way.
I'm sure there's plenty of homes around there that have surveillance. That can pick up something during the day, but not pick up something at night. But sometimes people's surveillance doesn't necessarily hit the road either. People have their Nest cams, blink cams, ring cams specifically to go down about, enough to see someone impeding on their space or coming onto the property, but not enough to go on the road, because if you got one on the road, your phone's going to get an alert every time.
Exactly. My kids changed mine because every time someone would drive down the road, it was going off. So they adjusted mine so that wouldn't happen.
Nobody cares about just cars driving by. You care about somebody coming on the property.
Maybe they meant to name it Tesla.
And I'm all cambered. I'm cambered up. Anyway, steps foot on my property, they will be seen.
That's such a sweet.
You know what I mean? And a lot of people have that, but as far as the road, not necessarily.
Yeah, but I
don't care about what happens. The road's a public street, but if somebody impedes and comes onto the property, then they're going to be broadcast.
Awesome.
They're going to be seen.
Exactly.
That's how the kids adjusted members.
Otherwise, you're wasting your battery too. Your battery life.
I still got a lot of work to do.
You know, batteries are more expensive than the cameras to maintain the subscription service for the batteries on these things.
Helps me get your mom.
I can't imagine not having a subscription service. There's no way. I just can't imagine.
$1 million house, 84 years old. You don't have a subscription. I'm not trying to blame Savannah and all them, but come on.
Thank you.
You got $1 million house. You got a 3,000 square foot house. You live alone. You're 84 years old, and you're not gonna have a subscription. But you can pay for people to come and prune your trees and clean your pool, but you can't even pay $150 a year.
Yeah, I remember when you went to Vegas.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
People don't have security cameras.
Yeah,
some people,
sweetheart.
Some elderly people don't have cameras. They're continuity. What's the word I'm looking for? They're just in their own ways. And over the years and over the decades, they just established, and they're not in this day and age, where it is, and they have a false sense of security based off years and years of nothing happening, no robberies in the neighborhood, secure, my neighborhood's fine. And it's not going to happen to me. I had to remind my family years ago, lock your doors in your car when you're in the driveway, because there's porch pirates and weirdos that come around and just open up people's cars, opportunities. You're just opening, you're inviting yourself. Lock your stuff, lock your door. Don't let anybody come to your house. Somebody knocks on your door, don't answer your door until you know who that is. And if
Well,
you know,
I use the Ring doorbell and
where I
talk to them
live,
through the doorbell.
150 miles.
but a lot of elderly just, I'm not,
Takes
I'm
about
not
2 hours.
discriminating against the elderly. They just, they've been, nothing happened to many people for 50 years, and they get this false sense that nothing will ever happen to them. Over
Not
the
in
years,
this day and time.
the generation knows now what to do and what not to do. But the older generation doesn't necessarily know.
That's so sweet.
Or just think it's not going to happen. My opinion on that. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Okay. I want to preach a minute and then I'll get off. Hold on a minute. Okay. I don't know. I watch you every day. In fact, I've been sitting here because I didn't realize how to make this phone call correctly, because I was supposed to have been gone. But I've sat here, and then when you made the comment about check your email, that's when I got it figured out. But whether any of this stuff is true or untrue, none of us should put forth any judgment. I mean, there's no way that anyone should do that. And everyone knows the story in John 8, 7, and 11, where the Pharisees brought the woman to Jesus, and he asked, who is without sin to cast the first stone? And they all left. Sin is sin except for blasphemy to Jesus. He doesn't have a scale of 1 to 10. Everyone's a sinner, and it's not for us to judge anyone. And if they don't want to follow you, that's their decision, and they should not follow you. Anyway, I think you should go back as soon as you can, because we miss you out there, and we want you there. And I hope anybody that's on your chat that has any negativity, that I hope they heard that. And I don't know why they would stay if they feel that way. And I'm staying.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Mary.
Bless you too. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Be safe. All right, we got Susan up in the chat. We got Victoria and Tammy. Victoria and Tammy, you guys are up next. I'm going to get Susan in the chat. Welcome aboard, Susan. Hi, Susan.
Hi, Joe. Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning. Or good afternoon.
Morning. Yeah, we're in afternoon now. I want to ask you about...
Your voice sounds familiar. Long Island?
Yes. Yes.
See, how did I know?
Because you sound like you come from my neighborhood.
You kind of sound like my neighbor, in a sense.
Well, I am, but don't give me away, because I don't want this perpetrator to find me.
I know. Your take, what's going on?
I want to ask you something about your cat first. You call it a girl, but aren't all orange cats boys?
80%.
Okay, all right.
So of orange tabbies are males. Mine's a female, very clingy. I don't know. I've been away from my cat. My cat has been taken care of every day, loved, watched every day, fine. But man, she's been like the first 28 hours or 24 hours of returning home. Cat very clingy, very vocal, like not mad, but definitely, I'm not gonna say traumatized.
Oh,
just happy you're back.
These cats. Your cats,
all animals,
they form a bond
like
with somebody, and they really miss them. They can be, other people can be around and occupy their time, but they have loyalty towards a certain individual or individuals. And I can tell
I
that
know it takes 2 hours.
With mine, and I'm very grateful to have my kitty with me, and we're doing a lot of bonding.
Because it only takes an hour and a half to get to state line.
It takes about 24 hours, and then they're
25 minutes.
I'm a bunny girl. I used to always have bunnies.
Oh my God, that dog.
Yeah, bunnies.
Bunnies.
Animals, they have a certain one that they cling to, the one that takes care of them, nurtures them, supplies them, whatever, and they'll give you unconditional love. And we love our animals.
Absolutely. Well, after that high note, I'm going to get dark now, and I'm going to start telling you my theories. And I called you before, and I was an armchair from New York, so I think that you might remember me. So who is he? He's somebody that has called him. This is all feelings, and so this is not anything that I could say I'm a detective, okay? But he calls himself pansexual, and that includes age. Pansexual means you don't care about You're more about the person than what color they are, what size they are, if they're male or female. So I think he describes himself as pansexual, although he is a male. He's definitely torn and misguided at this time of his life. And he's a lonely person. He's a gamer. He's somebody that is a gamer. And his only friends really are other gamers. So he doesn't interact with people well. He has tattoos, but not because he's part of a gang. It's because he wants to fit in. He wants to be I guess fashionable or whatever you want to say. It's the trend. So to fit in with other people his age, he has these tattoos. Although I think he's late 20s, early 30s. He's not like a teenager or anything. He is when you're a gamer and you play these games, violence isn't real. And people aren't real. So even maybe he might be even into porn where sex isn't real. He knows the desert and the mountains well. And he camps out in an abandoned house, and it has like it could be a bunker, but something underground. Why did he do this? He ran into Nancy somewhere, and she either spoke kindly to him or had some sort of nice interaction with him, and that made an impression on him. He may have learned that she was Savannah's mom and that he could see her on YouTube or on TV. And so then he learned that she lived nearby, like in the vicinity that he could get to. And he would watch her from the backyard fence. I think I said this before to you. And then he graduated to backyard watching her at the pool. And then he graduated from that to, remember, I don't know if you remember, but I said that he was looking from up above down. And I thought it was the mountains, which I still think he could use a telescope or something and look from the mountains. But he was on the roof looking down. It was more of that kind of thing I see him doing. And so he was looking from the roof, and at night he would look through the windows.
Let me just chime in for a
Like,
second.
he didn't want her to see him, so he would get on the roof in the daytime when she was at the pool. But at night, when she was inside, he would look through the windows.
Can you hear me?
And he would watch her, and he would dress in a way that you cannot see him or any part of his body, but his eyes, because his eyes are how he owns her. And when did he do this? He hit. He got those flowers, the plant, to cover the camera, so that when Nancy, well, let me go back up just a little bit. I'm an older person. I'm not a young person, and I stay up all night. I stay up all night long. And if I have something to do in the morning, like go to church, I stay up all night until I go to church, and then I go to sleep. If I have something else where I have to go, do something in the daytime, I might take a nap and then go do it. But I think a lot of older people stay up all night. So did Nancy really change her clothes? Did she really take her she might have had another pair of hearing aids did she have them in watching TV? Or did she take them out and she was doing something around the house? So she doesn't necessarily have to have been asleep. So I think he cut the electric off, the lights went off. And then he thought maybe the camera would also be off because the electricity was off, or he didn't understand whatever. But then he realized that Nancy might see him. And if she heard him yanking this thing off, she might come to look on the camera to see who's outside. And she would see the plant until he got it off. And then once he got it off, she came to the door and she was confused. And maybe he said, lights went out in the neighborhood, miss, so I'm here to help you. And so she opened the door.
Yeah.
And then he, hit her or knocked her out. And she was bleeding. I don't understand why the blood is in like a linear fashion going out towards the walkway. and there's no footprints in it. That stumps me, but I'm going by feelings. And so
Susan
on and
showing
on,
us her
she
ceiling
was
or what?
bleeding, and then she ran back into the house and into her bedroom because she was afraid. And so she just, you run to your bedroom, I think, or your bathroom, and the bed is where worst of the things happen. So that's what. And I believe he might have used chloroform. I heard somebody else mention that. That's something like that. And then he wrapped her up and carried her away. And when he that could also be when the blood was there. Maybe he was carrying her over his
Oh,
shoulder,
that was
and
nice.
her
Jeanette.
nose was
You have the
dripping
membership from
down,
oh,
and that's why his
sweet.
footprints aren't in it, because it's falling behind him as he walks forward, because her head's over his back. And then he wanted her alive. He didn't want her necessarily dead, because he wanted to continue his relationship with her. And but the problem is, if he took her to this abandoned home that is somewhere between Nancy's house and the mountains, out in that, going that way,
That's not
he hasn't been able to go back there like he thought he would, to give her food and water or do whatever he, whatever.
Would.
And but so she wanted her alive, but he might not have been able to go back there. So unfortunately, she
it
might
says
be
New York from out
not alive. I'm sorry, but
from
I got questions for you now that I ran in my
arm something in New York. Armchair.
I was going to ask you
mouth
something.
like that, but I want to ask you something. When you went down and you saw the blanket and the pants and the knee brace, when the FBI or whoever it was went to go pick up everything, why did they take the blanket?
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I don't think you can hear me. I was trying to interject a little bit, but then I just let you go. No, I don't think you can hear me. Trying to interject a little bit, but then I just let you go.
I can't hear you. That's why. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No, I appreciate your input, Susan. I'm going to let you go here. It's hard.
Why. I'm so sorry.
Got the echo going.
No, I appreciate that. Just let her express how she feels about, a perp. She's trying to
my hair last night when I
come
took
up
a
with
shower.
an idea and an assessment on who the perp is.
It's just
so
all
she's
flat.
stalking her and creeping her and looking over. I was just going to say, there's places around that neighborhood where you can look from afar and look at the house. Interesting. Victoria, thanks for your Victoria and Tammy. Hi, Victoria.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. That was a lot to follow up with. First of all, I want to thank you for doing what you're doing. You're doing an amazing job, and we all, really love, the fact that you're so dedicated when you have a life that you could be living. Don't care what your past is. I care about who you are today, and you're doing a fantastic job. Now, I have been watching you from the beginning, and I want to say that, everything that we've watched up to this point, it's been kind of hard to put everything together, but we've done a pretty good job. And the blood, I agree. I think somebody, I think someone was in that house while another perp was outside kind of keeping an eye out.
Yeah, not softball, Susie.
Telephone.
Hello.
I get them all the time. You there? Uh-oh. You
froze.
there?
She froze.
Telephone.
She hit the wrong
Oh, Victoria, come back. Let me hear what you have to say, but you kind of froze. Maybe the phone messed everything up. All right, Tammy, you're up. Hi, Tammy.
Oh, hello. Hey. I'm kind of excited to be in because I've been trying to get in and haven't been able to, and that doesn't really match the sobriety of the situation, but I'm just kind of, so I'm kind of a little bit anxious here, but I've got my notes to help me keep on track. Well, one thing I want to say is that I appreciate all your effort out there in Arizona, and I appreciate everybody who was taking care of you, because I was kind of concerned with you about the heat and stuff, and everybody kept bringing you stuff. So I appreciated you being out there, and it was nice to see other people trying to help take care of you and the other people. So I really appreciated that. I just found you with Nancy Guthrie case, and so I was watching and following it, and some of the things that I was noticing about, like we'll see, like I'll put up my notes here. Like with the perp, one of the things that I was noticing about him, like whenever he's walking up on the sidewalk there and stuff like that, he does look like somebody that is familiar with the area and stuff like that, and he seems like he's comfortable moving in his clothes, and he does seem really comfortable there where he is, and he just seemed like he knew Arizona because he looked around, he knew there was going to be a plant somewhere, and he picked up the plant to cover it up and stuff, which it seems to me like someone who's used to living outside, or they grew up playing outside and stuff, then that would be naturally, that's kind of like their whole classroom or their schoolroom. So that's what I kind of think, is that he seems like, you know, he knows the area and places like that. And he, you know, he did know there was like a step up or something there. I did see on, I get all the names mixed up, but Banfield, she said, so I think she was the one that Ted Investigates was on early this morning, but he had, like, she had a picture of somebody that was working there at Nancy's house they thought could be a possibility, like one of the workers and stuff, which sounds like a possibility. And then another thing they were showing on Ted is that you could use like a twig or something to remove the cameras from the wall. And so either maybe he was trying to protect his hand while he was yanking it off, you know, and the brush and stuff was kind of like insulation, you know, like you could wrap the back side of the stick around it to pull it off so it wasn't hurting your hand. It was actually pulling against the whatever he picked up, the sage brush or whatever. And then on Ted's Investigate, it was showing how you could insert a stick behind the doorbell in order to remove it from the socket, which I thought was interesting on that part.
The stem? You're saying the stem?
Yeah, do what?
The stem? The stem to the...
A stem, yes, a stem to the sage. Do I need to move closer to the sound? Yeah,
I'm trying to evaluate what you're saying.
Yeah, a twig, like a twig or a stem from the plant. Like if he got a twig of it to push behind the camera to remove it.
Okay.
Like it's supposed to be, I don't know much about it, but I've been watching what y'all are talking about, and it looks like you need a key or something behind the camera in order to pull it out. Like, and you would push it down in there. And what it was showing on Ted Investigates that he pulled up from YouTube is someone was showing that if you didn't have the key, you could use like a twig or a toothpick or something and push it down behind the camera in order to remove it from the wall.
I'm gonna have to go on.
Did that make sense?
You won't say nothing.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, people say to try to remove it. People said they try to punch it out. People said to try to block it.
I may go
on. Everyone's coming up with theories of what this is about here, just to cover it. I mean,
prove it.
Yeah.
Anyway. Pop it out with your hands. I mean, I know cameras you can pull right out.
Yes. And then I want to move on because I don't want to just waste time or something, because that's pretty much, you know, been said repeatedly. But I just thought that those two things were interesting. And one thing that, you know, having followed the case as far as it is, I'm not so sure that this sounds feasible. But at first I was thinking, you know, if there were like a bike riding trail, because whenever I went and I did an overview, because I was looking at the terrain, like on Google Maps, they have like a retirement home, and they have like a horseback riding area, and they have bike trails and stuff. And so either horseback riding or back trails could be an option too for getting out of there. I sort of also think that if you don't leave a trail, like if they didn't go very far from the house, like they're talking about just, you know, the neighbors or the dogs barking and stuff, and maybe they just moved from Nancy's house to one of the neighbors' house. Well, then if you're not going far, you don't have a car, you don't have a lot of tracks and all that. So that would make sense. If you don't have a trail, then you're not going to leave a trail. So that would make sense also. Now, one thing I was thinking is like, the neighbor was talking about how white her roof was, and they went and they pulled something off the roof, and there was this news flash that came up, and I've heard some people mention it, but it was like a couple weeks into the thing, and I wasn't sure if it was AI or not. But they were talking about that she was doing work for a pharmacy or something, and she noticed that some of the math, the figures in it were off, and she was collecting evidence and uploading it to the FBI, and that was the night that she was taking, and the thing that was on the roof was actually a listening device, and when they detected that she was trying to upload stuff to the FBI, they moved in to take her. But then I was going to go back and look at it to see if I thought it, it was AI or not, and it had been removed. So I think that's what they were talking about, and I was like not looking for anything. I was watching, I can't remember if I was watching either you or Brian Enton, and then it went off, and then that just popped up there really briefly. And then when I tried to go back to look at it, it wasn't there. It had been removed. So that might be what some people were talking about, that it popped up, and I don't know who it was. It was like a lady. She had a a stoic face, like not very expression on her face, and short hair, and she was sitting in behind like what looked like a computer generated screen or whatever. But one thing also that I was noticing is like about Tomaso, or I have trouble with the name, and Annie. I don't think the family was involved, and some of the things that I've seen that came up, it have been like stories about Tomaso, about how he yanked out her pacemaker and then realized that he shouldn't have done that because it wasn't causing a heart attack, it was regulating the heart, and then he panicked and all that stuff. And that kind of concerns me, because now we know that there was no there was a trial and he was found guilty and all that stuff, and right now we know that that's not true and stuff. But if they still have all those stories posted like a year from now, there are going to be people who actually are believing it, and I think that is not right to take someone's name and to slander them like that. I think that can be very unsafe, and I hope that like Nancy and them, her family, that they will look into that. I mean, Savannah, I'm kind of anxious being on here. That they will look into that and try to protect their good names in that respect as well, because they still have some of the stories about Tomaso being out there, and I just don't think that's fair. I don't think the family is in there. Anyway, so do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I appreciate your perspective. They're giving people a voice to hear, and you share different how you feel by covering the case, and
yes.
You're sharing about basically some stuff done to the roof at saying that Annie and Tomaso you don't think are involved. Who's the guy though? Who do you think he is in a nutshell?
I don't know. I tend to think it could be somebody that's in the area and stuff. To be honest, I really don't know. And I was looking at like abduction and kidnapping cases, because I'd like to kind of hope for the best. I don't know. Another thing is, like, I stayed with my grandmother when she was elderly, and they're talking about the blood and stuff, and sometimes come to her house and we would be following a trail of blood dripped on the floor, and it's like, what did you do to yourself? And she just like bumped her elbow going through the door, or like bumped her shin going through a door, and she would have a trail of blood. So I mean, it's with the situation being as it is, with Nancy being gone, that can be concerning. But I also know that just like a bump in their arms or something can cause bleeding, and there is a point that you don't.
Oh no!
Because my phone was calling. Yeah, you're still there. Okay. That there was that you don't know when the blood was there or anything like that, and so and they don't tell about what's in the house and stuff like that. I kind of wish it would be nice if they had a general like points with the law enforcement, so they could tell you those points, so you had something to go on, because then like you were talking about how lack of information leads to speculation, and I can see a lot of that. It's really kind of scary to me the way people come up with all the different theories and stuff, because it's almost like you feel like they're ready to run out, get pitchforks and rakes and go and, you know, string someone up. And all it is based on theory and not on the facts. And that's a little bit scary to see. And with that, you know, I would think that the man at the door would be perfectly capable of carrying Nancy out. And I don't know about the ransoms or not, but if the ransom was true, and then they, you know, at all, then you know, I do think he could probably pick her up and carry her out. One of the ransoms said that she was okay or something like that, but that she was scared, which makes, and that she understood what was going on. And it makes me wonder, if she understood what was going on, what was it that Nancy understood about what was going on that the rest of us may not know? You know, like, you know, was it something associated just with Nancy? Was it associated with Savannah or some of the other rest of the family and stuff? What was it that Nancy understood that the rest of us might not be understanding? So what do you think? What do you think that could be? And also, do you think that after the perp got caught on the camera, do you think that if he was associated with some other people, do you think that he would still be alive, or do you think that they might have done him in to protect the rest of them?
Answer your question. I'm not so sure it's them on multiple people. So far, indication to me, evidence-wise, one person and one person only. Not even though logic would show that multiple people are involved. Experts have been going on panels thinking it's 2 or 3. Say, for instance, there is multiple people involved. Would one of them shoot the other to take them out because they know so much? I've seen that.
Yeah.
You know, there's cases, I guess, that have happened in the past. I'm thinking about like major, like RICO case, conspiracies, drug dealers in this big drug stuff in each cities that they indict a bunch of people. And I've read in indictments how there'd be a group of them and one of them would shoot each other off and kill them after a certain drug buy or something, you know, or disloyalty to the group or anything like that. But, you know, I don't know if it's that serious with this. If there is multiple people involved, I think personally, if there is multiple people involved, and I do think that, but so far in all indication is this person and this person is the same person. You know, I feel like, you know, I don't think I think if there is multiple people involved, they're all alive right now somewhere. Maybe even watching the show and trying to cover their tracks and concealment. You know, that's another thing that can give people away too, the cover up and the cleanup after the crime, you know, the cleanup afterward of discarding things and hiding their tracks and everything like that. That can build a case against somebody too. Somebody knows something on this person, whether it's one person or 2 people, someone knows something. And I think the person is probably alive.
Do you think that part of the reason, like some of the locals and stuff, do you think that they are afraid is part of the reason they want the media out and want everybody away? Do you think that is part of the reason that they were kind of hostile? And do you think that's part of the reason that Nanos is trying to keep things, you know, not showing a lot of information and stuff?
That's a tough call. I don't know. I just think the fact that there's no information, it's just quiet. Neighbors just want people out because there's nothing to report on. They just want people out of their neighborhood. They don't want people prying around their neighborhood or anything like that. You know, there's no information out there. As far as I'm feeling unsafe, I think the neighbors, a lot of them took security measures and safety precautions to get security cameras and do what they have to do. I just don't think they want people like coming around their neighborhood, you know, with cameras and prying around. Just think about it. If you live there and an event happened, now some of them are not thinking about them, but they're thinking about Nancy and they're welcoming and they want people there because it's about finding Nancy and about getting answers. And that's, you know, how they feel. Some of them are there that welcome the media to park in their driveway and want to be there and come out and get snacks and encouragement, come out and say hello and thank media for that. There's quite a few neighbors that would do that and come down and say hi But there's some others that say no. And, for whatever reason, it doesn't make them guilty. It doesn't make them feel like something they're trying to hide something that's just on them. They probably, are just private people. And they don't want people walking around, snooping around with a camera and live streaming on their block and walking around and maybe even focus the camera on their property. They probably just don't want that. They probably don't want their property put on blast and for people to see. And you can understand it's a variety of opinions, just like a variety of opinions how I bring on people. It's just this case is bringing out everybody with different perspectives. From you just said you don't think Annie and Tommaso did it. Somebody else in the chat might think they are wrong. You just hear different perspectives. When you're in a case, we all have different minds. We all have different theories. We all have different ways, even if for all factual things about this case, on the handling of this case and how this case, who just in general, everyone has a different perspective. We're all like a snowflake. All of us are like a snowflake. We're all unique in each and every way. We all have a theory, and we all have questions, different questions.
Yes. Do you think
your question? Speaking of that, did I answer your question? I think I did.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And it's kind of hard at this point because it's like there's not really a whole lot more. My phone.
Oh, you dipped out. Oh, your thing. I'm gonna bring Lindell and then Victoria. You'll be coming back to Lindell. Keeps trying to come in. Hi, Lindell.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. Where are you from?
I'm from Missouri.
Missouri. Welcome.
I sent you a video last night that I think you'd really be interested in.
All right, let me take a look.
It's from Doug Live, and it shows kind of the same figure guy at another house not far from Nancy's.
Did you send it with your email?
Yes.
Let me see. Lindell. Under Lindell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me take a look.
If you can't find it, I'll resend it right now.
Well, I have to brief, okay, let me see. Okay. So you're saying
all of these
another
women callers talk with the nasal
without their consent and everything like that.
Hope I
copyright and all
don't.
that stuff. So what is on this video here?
It shows that the guy dressed in the same clothing goes up to a house, has the same backpack and another backpack.
All right, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Can you screenshot that and send it to me right now, and I can put it up on the screen?
It's also a San Diego
video,
or just a screenshot of the incident that you're talking about, just something, so we can put it up on the screen and talk about it.
All right, give me just a second.
Sure. And then I can pop it up. So it's based off what? Some sort of ring camera or something in the neighborhood from a pirate?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
It was right around the same time. That is what he said. And then he shows in the background that there is a white Kia sitting out there.
That's insane.
So we heard a caller that said that earlier today.
Yep, it shows it.
About this video. Let's take a look at it. As soon as you get the chance, send it over to me. We'll officially see it because you're the second caller that has been talking about this.
All right, where's it at?
You know the date of the incident?
Give me one second.
Sure. Take your time.
Yeah, San
I
Diego.
gotta re-find it.
While you look, I'll tell you what, folks. While you look, I'm just gonna replay this. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break here to get some coffee, use the restroom, and I'll be right back while gentleman here gets this Lindell, and then we'll take a look at it. So I'll be right back, folks. Damn. All right.
I'm sending right now, buddy.
Thank you. And I put the links to additional people here. We got Victoria and Tammy in the pipeline. So stand by, Victoria and Tammy. I'm going to check this out here because you're the second person. So I want to see this. But where was this video obtained? Basically on some sort of other prior things. Okay, I remember this guy. All right, so let's get him up here. Stand by. I'm going to screenshot this and we'll discuss.
If you, like I said, if you actually watch the video, he turns the picture and there is a white Kia sitting up there. Looks like it's waiting for this person to get done.
Yeah. All right. Stand by. All right. So let me have to get one of these things off. We'll take Nanos's white Ferrari off or whatever he's driving. I can't believe Nanos is driving.
I mean, later you can just watch the video and, you know.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to see it because it's very interesting.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. So you're the center of this is this, right? So this is an incident that happened where? In Tucson? I think we've seen this before. So what's going on with this pic? Like what happens here?
Well, he goes up there and stands by the trash can for a second. Then he takes the second backpack, which is the one that looks like from the other guy or him. I don't know. You know, the other backpack from Nancy's house. It takes it. He sets it over that fence or gate right there, but he can't get the gate open. So he just turns back around.
So I'm looking at now. Yeah. And you're saying there's a white Kia Soul.
Yeah, let me get to that part.
Yeah, I'm screenshotting this now.
The white Kia?
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm going to put this video up. I'm just going to... Here, hold on. I got the video. Well, yeah, this is someone else's work. Hold on. Let me get the Kia Soul here. So in the course of this event, we don't know the date of this event.
I do not.
I've seen this.
That's supposed to be. This is the second video of showing this, but this one shows more because he turns around and shows that the Kia is sitting back there. It looks like it's waiting, but who knows? You know, I can't say that.
Yeah.
But there is a Kia waiting or sitting back there, I should say. It looks just like that one that passed by in that video.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the course of this video,
and the headlights are on, you know. So I mean, what a coincidence.
And the reason why, you know, the Kia Soul is because of, you know, the 2:36 a.m. Kia Soul that was seen on the other side of Campbell from this incident.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, let me try to get that address here, the exact address. It's Camino Real. We'll say it's right here.
Yeah, he did this same video once before, but he never seen the car or anything. But I guess after turning the cameras because they shrunk it down or something in the first one. After showing the full though, he's noticed the car sitting there. So I don't know. I just wanted you to see it, man.
This is Camino Real, right? This
Yes,
is where
sir.
at 2:36 a.m. All right, so just to give people an idea, this is Nancy Guthrie's home. You got Campbell, which is like the main route that takes you out of the neighborhood on the east side, right? Up and down. It goes up the Skyline, goes to River Road. Well,
Yes,
you know, it's been revealed a couple of weeks ago that along Camino Real, which is like this road right here, you would have to cross Campbell and cross over down some, getting towards River Road. I would say in this general location here on Camino Real, there was a Kia Soul that was seen at 2:36 a.m. in the morning on a ring camera that was shooting southbound will eventually take you down to here to River Road. You take River Road east or west, you know, and you know that piqued a lot of interest because it was like weeks. It was like what was it, about the third week into it?
Yeah, about third week, yeah.
Yeah, about the third week into it. You know, it's been revealed. But what was scary was that those people that don't have the ring camera took this 2:36 a.m. Kia Soul. It looked like this Kia Soul, and we were all wondering what it was. People were saying different. People were saying different, vehicles. I think the consensus was it was a Kia Soul. Even the media reports said a Kia Soul. The experts think it's a Kia Soul. But the fact that authorities didn't obtain that first, that was the homeowner that released it to the media and let the media know, which then triggered the feds to go there and obtain the video.
Yes,
and
sir.
obtain footage. Now, we haven't heard nothing. We don't know if it has evidentiary value to it. We haven't heard any significance to that whatsoever, right? We don't know if it's part of this or not, or they looked into it or they feel like it is. It is technically outside that neighborhood zone, because I think Campbell's kind of like the dividing line of that neighborhood, right? But you can definitely get out of that neighborhood of Nancy's, cross over Campbell, and get your way over there to Camino Real and beyond, and go eastbound and with that case. But what you're saying is there's this video of this porch pirate. We'll just call him a porch pirate.
Yes, sir.
That here, and you're saying it's around the same date of the incident with Nancy Guthrie, February 1st.
I believe that's what he said in the first video. If you go back to his stuff, he did a video before this one. It's the same material. It just did not show the car.
Gotcha. But now in this, under further enhancement, they're saying that there's a car being seen, a Kia Soul near this guy.
Yeah, it's clearly back there if you watch the video. Yeah.
So with that being said, what you're saying is, hey, is it the Kia Soul that was seen at 2:36 a.m.?
That's what I'm asking. Well, I'm not really asking. I just wanted you to see it, so it could be good input.
Could be, absolutely.
I don't know what this dude was doing, but I mean, you can see the other blue backpack or gray, whatever color it is, right there in his hand.
Does that guy look like the perp? I don't think so. Does he look like the perp? Not necessarily, right? Nah, bald head.
I mean, the other one was close up though, so we don't know.
Yeah. Let me see.
I mean, it may not. It may just be a coinky dink. I just, I seen it and I was like, well, he may want to see this.
No, I mean, it is interesting. Oh, they actually have a close up of this guy, but the guy doesn't have facial hair or anything like that. But who knows? Who knows? Trying to get the actual location of this. I think this was more down towards Tucson. The issue with this whole situation with all the porch pirates, videos that we've been seeing, like besides the news clip that we just shared that was happening happening in the Catalina foothills, months prior. A lot of these porch pirate incidents and these creepers are in the in Tucson, in downtown Tucson. They seem to be more once you go down River Road and you get south of River Road, which isn't far from Nancy's, and believe me, this is what it's called right here. This is River Road. This is the dividing line, right? This is the dividing line between the city limits and Catalina foothills. And neighbors have said there's a battle here, and the battle is crime. Seems to happen at River Road South, all in this area, Tucson. A lot of things jumping off. Porch pirates, a lot of those ring cameras and cameras that we see people at people porches. It's all like North Tucson, all in this area. It goes up to River Road, and that river that we've scanned and went on is right there too. And then it's River Road. This is the dividing line. Along River Road, you do see a heavy homeless population. You see some sketchy things going on. But it doesn't seem like it happens north of River Road. Though the neighbors are saying that some of this River Road stuff in south is starting to creep up more. Starting to go up more into the Catalina foothills, into the neighborhoods. This is the dividing line. It's safe to assume that this thing here is somewhere south.
You could be 100% correct. I thought he said it was around there. It may have been Tucson though. I mean, you're right.
Yeah, no, but it's interesting. I think that's an interesting note, when it comes to the mystery Kia Soul.
But I mean, dressed in the same clothing and stuff also.
Yeah. No, it kind of looks like it. Yeah. I'm not necessarily saying, well, yeah, I mean, what do you think, folks? Yeah.
It looks close,
Yeah, it's weird.
But I'm not going to take up your day. I know you're busy.
Thank you for coming on and stopping by and sharing that.
No, thanks for getting back with me, brother. I appreciate you. And I just want to say I love your show, man. I started following the day that Dad's Gone Live come out there and met up with you.
Gotcha. All right, be safe there,
And
Lynn.
I can't stop watching you.
Yeah, it's addictive.
All right, thanks, brother.
We need input. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we got Victoria back. Hopefully your microphone better.
Yes, I had a phone call. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you froze up. So we were speaking to you earlier. Are you from Tennessee?
No, I'm actually from Missouri also.
Right. In Missouri. Okay.
No, my cousin was born in Tucson many years ago, but yeah, she's old. She said everybody's here, so there's 4 of us here watching you. But anyways, I'll get back to what I was saying. I think that there was 2 perps. I think the guy on the porch, he was on the lookout, making sure everything out front was secure for them to, or for him to bring her out. But I think when he, came to her, found her inside, I think he ended up subduing her, not killing her, but subduing her. And, I think he wrapped her up in that blanket or sheet, something where she was movable but concealable. And I think he, threw her over his shoulder and was carrying her out. And that's why nothing was stepped on in the blood, because it would have been behind him coming out that front door. And because you can see the drips of blood all the way out onto the rock walkway, and then you don't see it. And I was confused at first about the marks in the driveway. The second day was spotted, there's been talk about it. And honestly, Mark the shark, he went and seen that, kind of looked at the or no, maybe it wasn't Mark, maybe it was Tucson, but one of them looked at the marks on the driveway and compared them to the dumpster, the trash dumpster wheels, and it looks pretty perfect. So my thought is that, they put her, once they got her out, they put her in that dumpster. And personally, that house that's up across the street, up on the hill, the one that the lady owns but doesn't live there, there's been a lot of movement over there by these guys. And that one gray truck that gave, who was it? Alex and Dad's Gone Live a hard time that night. They'd all come. There was like 3 vehicles and a truck that came down from up there. And that's when all this stuff started with Dad's Gone Live, the confrontation with that guy in the gray truck. I think that guy in the gray truck has something to do with this, only because he's constantly going back and forth and causing grief.
Yeah, that brings attention to himself, though. Why would the perp bring out and cause problems to draw the police to him, so then that person can get, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we're all real close right there. And I think he's feeling the heat. And I think she's up there too, because I think they pushed her up there in the dumpster, because in the middle of the night, nobody's around. Yeah, it's going to be a little noisy, but I think that they figured out that they could get her up there real quick, and, something happened there where no one else is around, but it's close enough. They don't have to drive her. So I really don't think there's a car involved at that point. Maybe later, but I don't think at that point there was. I think that they took 2 weeks of planning, because the detectives are talking about, or the FBI is talking about the 11th and the 24th both being Saturday, and then the 31st is a Saturday as well. So there's been a couple of weeks that they've been trying to figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. I also think that they're somewhere over behind that house or close to that property up the street there. I believe that they'd had time to dig a hole. In 2 weeks, you can dig a pretty good hole. You know what I mean? And nobody see it or suspect it. So I think that, you know, their intention was to kill her, but I don't know what their purpose in taking her was, other than maybe she saw a face.
Mm-hmm.
If she's, you know, I think they, you know, had her pegged as being rich and maybe having money in her safe. I think they were trying to get in her safe and was not successful. And she saw his face, he subdued her, and here we are. I think it's just really as simple as that. But now the question is where the hell is she? You know what I mean? And that's the $1 million question. I think that the letters and all that crap, I think that's just somebody trying to get what they can, jumping on the bandwagon. I don't think it's anything related. They all know now that she's Nancy, you know, Nancy is, you know, Savannah's mother. They all know that. But I really believe that one of the perps are still there. And I believe that it's the guy in that gray truck. I just have that gut wrenching feeling because
Where's
he's
that guy live at? Nearby? You know exactly where he lives?
okay, you know, when you're coming out of Nancy's driveway, you go up that hill. Remember how we were looking at the lights?
Mm-hmm.
That house that's straight up to the top, that one's empty. And I know there was that night that the ordeal that happened with Dad's Gone Live. The lady that owns it called the neighbor, and the neighbor came down and confronted Dad's Gone Live, and they talked for a while.
Yeah. So the reports are this house here. The authorities were at this house asking about previous occupants. So there's definitely something as far as an investigative aspect that this home here, which is just to the north, and is that the house you're talking about?
The one when you come out of the driveway on the right side driveway, when you're looking at the road from Nancy's, that hill, and you go right up to the very top of that hill, you stay to the right, and it's right there.
Yeah. So this home here, off Google Maps, shows a bunch of cars there, numerous occupants there. What I was told is, you know, the authorities were wondering about prior occupants to that house.
Right.
That's the house in reference to prior people that were living there that might have left around the same time or beforehand. Yeah, I don't know the full story. Just they were inquiring about people. Maybe there or maybe nearby or one of these other houses. They're just triggered. You know what I mean? They're triggered by people around there. They're gaslighting people, or they don't want people around there maybe trying to, you know, find out what that is about or anything like that. I don't know.
Well, I really wish that the FBI would get some more warrants going for some of the construction that's going on. And if she's not at that house, then, you know, I believe she's still in that neighborhood. And if she is, you know, there was concrete poured in the other, you know, that house that's being, you know, worked on. There's one that's being worked on. There's a new house going up, and that one across the street. Those three houses, you know, the three guys, you know, that's still a possibility. I also remember the roof. There was a roofer that was there not long before she was taken that redid the top of her roof. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so construction, roofer, you know, painter, somebody I believe is still in that neighborhood and still possibly working in that neighborhood. So, I mean, we've got, you know, I say we, because we're right along with you. We're every step of the way with all of you guys. So it's like a we thing. But, yeah, I mean, I really think that she is still in that neighborhood, and I believe that the perps may be still in that neighborhood working and lurking around.
We shall see. I want to agree with you on that. It's just something tells me the neighborhood is the key here.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe
Well,
somewhere, and I'm saying someone like close on that block, not like somebody traveling around through up in here and everything like that. But somebody like. I appreciate your insight.
Hey, you have a great day, and I hope you come back. Everybody else is starting to come back, so maybe you'll jump on it and get back out here and get boots on the ground.
Absolutely. Thank you. You
Take
take care,
care.
Victoria. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So I have Tammy, I just spoke to you. Oh, hold on a second. We got Matt Guy. Hey, how are you? This is one of my favorites right here. How are you, sir?
Hey, how are you? I don't know if you can see me, hear me.
You got the muscle shirt going on. Everyone, this is Map Guy, James.
Yeah, man. I've got a little bit of time here today. I just wanted to join in, and I see that you keep pulling the maps up, and just haven't been on the ground there. Just wanted to chat with the callers if you'll allow me to.
Sure. We'll bring in Christina. Christina, welcome. Hello, Christina. Come on in. Oh, Kurt, hold on. Wrong, Chris. She dipped out. She came back in. Let's see. Chris, are you there? Hello. No, maybe microphone problems. Are you there, Christina? Well, not there. All right. We're going to bring in Tammy back in. Tammy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, didn't we talk to you earlier? You came back.
Yes. My thing fell down, and so I don't have to come back in, but I just called you back because it fell down off my. I came out to the car, so my little dogs went to start barking, and it fell down off of the console there. So that's why it hung up. But I had a couple questions, like I don't think like Carlos and Luke was involved. It seemed to me like Carlos was thought because of his location, and I just kind of wondered maybe Luke was because if his mother had a pacemaker. She did have a pacemaker, right?
Luke's
mom? Or something. I just thought maybe they picked up a signal. I don't know. Anyway, but what I was thinking is I was looking up about pacemakers, and actually this actually fits with the map guy. Because I was wondering, y'all were driving around looking at places, and there were a lot of like stone pillars and rocks and stuff. And I know that used to, like, there's not very far from an Indian reservation, and there were water hoses and stuff up in that area. And I just wonder if it would possible be to have like a spring house or something that was made of rocks or cobblestones, or a cave near springs or something where it would be temperate, that you could, if you could have someone had them out, that it would block the signals from a pacemaker in that area.
Map guy, you want to add on that?
I mean, are you referring to like covering the pacemaker the same way that the Starlink kind of struggles underneath canopies?
Yes, or like with pulses and stuff like that. Yes, like if the rock would block it or something, the signal.
I would think any type of concrete or anything would obstruct it a little bit, right?
Right. And that would be in there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I was also looking at like for abduction cases and stuff, and the ones that people were returned, it seemed like most of them were political. And one of them, it was like 2 weeks after someone paid ransom for his wife and stuff to come it back. Do you think that this has anything to do with politics, whether it could be the Epstein or whether it could be the Olympics or anything like that? Do you think that could be any reason? And do you think maybe Nancy could have gone with them quietly if they threatened to go take one of her family members? And do you think like Annie or someone else could be involved? Because if I mean, not involved, but at risk of being taken if like Nancy passed and they're still wanting the money, do you think they might come back for another family member?
Political, anything's on the table. Likely no, but I mean, I don't know, James. You want to chime in on the political aspect?
Well, I mean, I have my own thoughts, but I mean, I do believe there is a little bit of political tension within Tucson, for sure, as any city, I'm sure. I don't believe that that PERT may do something again. I don't think it has to do with. I think the Guthrie family's done had their pain. Any message that they were trying to send, I don't think they're going to continue with the Guthries.
Yes. Okay. And then one last thing I wanted to add is that I really appreciate, like Map Man, I appreciate you being out there, and Mark the Shark and Tucson and Ted Investigates and you, JRL, and Alex, and everybody else that's been out there. I appreciate because I know I'm not getting it from the news, and I appreciate seeing y'all doing it out there, walking around and checking on things, and feel more confident that if there's anything that's, you know, FBI or the local enforcement is missing, that y'all will find it out, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You take care. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tim. Misty says, anyway, we can go back to the video of the guy holding a backpack over the fence. I still think it's related. Misty Haynes, if you send me the video, I can loop it. And so if you send it to me, Misty, or send me an email right now, anyone send me that video right now, what Misty Haynes is asking. If you send me the video, I will download it and I can put it up in the queue. So if anyone wants to find that video, Misty, again, asks for a video of the any way we could get the go back to the video of guy holding a backpack over the fence. I still think it's related. So send it to me right there, and we can put it up in the queue for sure. Sweet opinions, sweet opinions. You're up.
Hey, JLR.
Hello, how are you?
Here we go again. This is Tasha.
Hey, Tasha, how are you?
Listen, I'm good. How are you?
Great. Where are you from again? You're from Jersey.
Yeah. I do have a clip. I clipped it where it's just that moment. But I just wanted to let you know because I know you'd be flooded with emails. So I really don't have much to say right now, but I do want you to play this video. It's very interesting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hop off and I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Okay.
Nice. All right. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you for watching from Jersey. Christina, you're up.
Hi, JLR. How are you?
I'm great. Your phone's a little muffled. Are you there?
Okay. Let me see. Can you hear me better?
I can hear you much better. And then James, the map guy's here too.
Hey.
Hi, James.
Hey.
So,
Where are you from,
JLR,
Christina?
I'm
Where are
from
you from?
Chicago. We've talked before.
Okay, Chicago. Welcome.
Yes. So I have a thought that keeps coming back and I can't shake it. I think when those raids were going on weeks ago and they had the 84-year-old woman in the medical copter, I think that was her.
You do. Why?
I do. It just keeps coming back to me. I can't shake the feeling that that was the case. It might sound crazy, and I know the chat's probably butchering me right now, but I think they found her. And I think what's happening now, because of the silence going on, they're putting all the pieces together. And I truly feel like they know way more than we do, obviously. And I just keep going back to that night. Like, I was watching live and I just kept thinking something's very odd.
So, as far as when you say they know more, do you mean the FBI or Pima County or both?
I think both. I think both.
So you believe that they would, Nanos would even go as far as risking being recalled just in order to, so they know more, but what if he signatures and he's not even sheriff anymore, whatever it may be? You think that they would risk him being taken out of office just to get this case? Isn't he pretty macho and prideful?
I see your point, but I think for the integrity of the case and them, they would do whatever they needed to do to make it happen. It could sound very crazy, but it just keeps coming back in my thoughts. Just watching through all the things that are happening this whole time, I still think that might be what happened. Now, whether she's alive or not, I don't know. I hope she is. But I just keep coming back to it. It's just, we can't rule anything out.
You know, I think it would be highly irresponsible if they did that, right? And knew that she was the one and still implying that she's out there.
But if you think about it, if she was the one and they're really trying to pull whoever is behind it out and they're piecing it all together, it could be or it could not be. It's just a thought.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, I no, I get what you're saying, because many people have sent me messages feeling like that's her, and they know it.
Yeah,
It's just, I just can't see how they would do that, though. You know, at this point, do you understand what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
I do.
why?
And I know
Just-
it might sound crazy, but it just,
I'm looking for a body when they already know where the body is. It just that would be
Yeah.
reckless.
yeah, it's a far fetch. But something just keeps telling me that something was very odd about that night.
There was odd things. I mean, it was odd enough for the media to be there. The media was at that hospital before I was.
Yes, they were. I saw that. Yeah.
They were told to go there because of a woman.
Yeah.
They were there with me. I didn't even know what was going on. I thought possibly the perp was sent there. Somebody was sent there. I didn't know what was going on. And then, you know what? We put the camera out and ended up not being nothing. We watched the helicopter up there. Ooh, that lands on the hospital, flies off, comes land. That was pretty cool. Look at that.
Yeah. It is a crazy thought.
I mean, from that point on, you're saying things have been weird about this case.
Everything's been weird about this case. I've been just all over the map with this one. But if you think about it, if they did find her, which I think they did, because nobody's searching other than you guys. But I'm saying, like, the Cajun Navy's not brought in. They're not out there boots on the ground, you know, looking for her. Something just keeps bringing me back to they found her and they're piecing it all together.
Should have got Tucson. They asked a specific question to Nanos. Has Nancy been found? Yes or no?
Ooh, good question. Yeah.
You should have asked Tucson. You're watching Tucson. Next time you run into Nanos, has Nancy been found? Yes or
There is another thing I wanted to mention. So if you look at the guy, I think I sent you the photos. If you look at the guy on the porch, I think he was a diversion. I think it was a setup. But if you look at his face, it looks like he's wearing a mask. Under the mask, he's got makeup on. And I think it was done on purpose. I think he was really hiding his identity.
Mm-hmm.
I've thought that too, as a possibility.
Yeah. I keep looking back at those photos, and I pulled the photos from Savannah's post originally on Facebook, so they weren't manipulated, because there's a lot of things online that, you know, pictures have changed. So I went back to the originals that were released, and it looks to me like there's a mask under the mask. I don't even know if the eyebrows are real.
maybe he just likes to get them done? You're saying look a little pluck on. Can you pluck them on?
Well, you can wear a mask under the mask that could have eyebrows. I know it sounds crazy, but
Oh, it doesn't sound crazy. They make really realistic latex masks.
they do. And I think that might have been what he was wearing. Who knows?
With a Walmart outfit? I appreciate it, Christine. People in the pipeline. Plus, I got that video that Misty Haynes was inquiring about. No, I appreciate it. Is she alive or was she found? That's your question of the day. Was she found?
Yes.
And she was in that hospital that day, the same day Carlos got detained.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for taking my call. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. Be blessed. Thank you. All right, James, we're going to play this video. Misty Haynes was like, can we go back to the video? Now, I got the video. It actually came with the News Nation report. So I'm going to just play the News Nation report. Plus, Tasha sent me the video. But I'm going to play just the News Nation report on this. So let me just get this up. This is in reference to the other gentleman that called earlier was like, you got to see there's a white Kia Soul in the mix there. And let's get this and listen in on this. And we'll watch this. Let me take down Savannah and Nancy. That's
Investigators in Arizona are bringing in some new tools in the search for Nancy Guthrie today in the race to identify the masked and armed individual captured on Nancy's doorbell camera. They now have a forensic height camera involved on the scene at Nancy's house. That's used to measure somebody's height from a video or photo. Pima County Sheriff, meantime, now asking neighbors who live within a 2-mile radius for any footage that includes cars or vehicle traffic, pedestrians, or anything that looks out of the ordinary. And this just in from TMZ as well. New video said to be on the FBI's radar of a man with a couple of backpacks, 2 backpacks. They say was shot at 1:52 in the morning, about 5 miles from Nancy's home. Back now to Senior.
all right. So 1:52 a.m. So we got some details on that. Let's go back here again.
2 backpacks. They say was shot at 1:52 in the morning, about 5 miles from Nancy's home.
So that was what we were talking about earlier. There some enhanced it, and you can see a Kia Soul in there, but it was, a little bit before 2 a.m.
Now to Senior National Correspondent Brian Enton is live once again in Tucson with this and more. What are you following, Brian?
Yeah, I want to make sure Enton talks. He talks about.
Let's take a look at that new video that's been obtained again from a Ring camera, because this is new and it's interesting when you really look at it closely. It's from about 5 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house, and you see a man there. He's got a backpack on. Remember, the guy who came to Nancy's house had a backpack on. His face is not covered, and we've blurred the face because police haven't said that this person is involved at all. But we know that the sheriff's office has the video and is looking into the video. But you see him go up to a gate. It looks suspicious. He kind of goes near a trash can, is looking around, and then walks away.
Now, I just want to say that police did follow up on this and say that this was unrelated. Most of these viral videos that came out with porch pirates, they've said not related. So I do want to put that out because I remember this one. There's been so many, but now I actually remember this one. But some people still feel like, there's some sort of involvement here of this person here. Just like some people still think the Malibu and the screaming of the woman incident that happened at a little after 12 a.m. the same day down there on Oracle River is connected too.
But this is 5 miles away again from Nancy's house, and it's shot around the same time, at least according to the timestamps and what we're hearing, as when the Ring camera was first disabled here at Nancy Guthrie's house. So it's hard to imagine that this person would be able to make it from 5 miles away over to here to Nancy's house. But at the same time, Connell, we know that investigators are looking into it and are trying to figure out the timing of it all.
Interesting. Have anything to add to that? So Misty, there it is. I don't know. They're saying that it's not related because I remember they're saying that just with a bunch of other ones. I think each one of these viral videos come out, they just say not related, not related, not related.
I'll add, JLR, that even TMZ has tried to manipulate their own timeline according to that video to try to make it related. I don't know if that's for clicks or, but no, that video has been said to be unrelated.
It was weeks ago too. It's been so many, I keep forgetting about it, but people take you back, circle back. If you're seeing now that there was a white Kia there sold, some people are doing the enhancement saying in the background there's a white Kia sold, considering, weeks later we learned that Kia Soul was seen in surveillance zooming out of the neighborhood at 2:36 a.m. makes it interesting for sure. We got Michelle in the chat. Thanks for waiting, Michelle. Welcome.
Hi. I love your show. I literally listen to you all day long while I'm working. I have you in the background. I'm obsessed with true crime. So this,
where are you from?
This is Connecticut.
Connecticut. Welcome from Connecticut.
Yes. Thank you for having me. I think that this was a total setup. I feel he definitely must have been in that house before. I think that also there was definitely no way it's one person to carry a 150-pound woman out. I think that it potentially was going to be like they were wanting money at first, but I think, unfortunately, I think she might have passed in the beginning of that. And I do think they probably disposed of her body, and no body, no crime. So I really think that whoever did this, I don't think they're ever going to find her, unfortunately, which is super sad for the family and for everyone following the case. I've been hoping that some new information would come out, but it just, I don't know. I feel like Sheriff Nanos dropped the ball on it. And I don't think that he really followed protocol. They had way too many people going in and out of there. But I mean, if you look at Idaho, and it was around the same time frame as we are now, where they got Koberger, and we thought at that point that they kind of, dropped the ball as well. We weren't really getting any new information. So I think potentially we could get the perp, but I don't know if they're ever going to find Nancy. I think that the only way that Nancy's alive, if this was someone who has like an obsession with Savannah and knew Nancy's health issues and maybe got all of her prescriptions and things like that, and have some sort of like weird vibe with her and like keeping her in the basement. But other than that, I don't think she's alive, unfortunately.
What do you think, map guy?
Yeah, no, I don't think she's alive either. You put me on the spot, but yeah.
I think it's so sad. I just feel like if she was alive, I feel like they would have allowed more searchers to look for her. I think that there were maybe more clues, especially when they had like the homicide crew or whoever they had go in. There must have been more inside of the house that we weren't aware of that led them to believe, okay, there was either a fight in here or maybe there's more blood of Nancy's inside. I know they potentially thought maybe she's alive in the beginning. I just don't think she pulled through. Unfortunately, she's older, and my grandma's around the same age. I can't even imagine her lasting 24 hours in that state, because they're probably making scaring the living wits out of her.
Michelle, this is then it's around the same time as Koberger too. Yeah, I mean, you raise great points here. I don't think she's alive either.
Yeah.
I don't think she's alive. I mean, I would love for her to be alive. I mean, that would be the story of the story, right? It would be like the most miracle story we've ever heard in our lifetime if she's pulled alive. But I don't think she's alive. But the question is, where'd she go?
I think she could be anywhere, honestly. And this is really graphic, but they could have like cut her up and disposed of her. She could be in the water somewhere. There's so many different options. I really don't think that they're going to find her. I think that they're going to have a hard time charging this person because there's nothing left, which is
unless they got evidence of her cutting her up or something like that, or some sort, if they can. So you're thinking it's multiple people.
I definitely, being 150 pounds, an older woman, how is this guy gonna carry like over his shoulder, I guess, but then where? There has to be. I definitely think there was more than one person, and I think this was I think he was in the house before. I think they know more than we know. Unfortunately, I wish they would just give us a little bit more information to even let us know that they're even still looking. I feel like the FBI hasn't even been around that much. I know they're in the neighborhood from when I was following you last week, asking questions, but it makes you think like they must not have a perp in mind if they're still going door to door.
So Michelle, so for me, I listen carefully to what's being put out there, right?
Yeah.
Sheriff Nanos is only describing this person as singular, not plural.
True.
And he's not saying multiple people. He's still saying, to this day, just the other day, the perp.
Well, what about the guy who called in yesterday who said he knew someone in the FBI and like he had all that intel?
He never got back to me. I looked. He was supposed to get back to me. Hey, Georgia Bulldogs, where are you?
Yeah, so I forgot the guy's name, but I quickly looked up the name he said while because I was literally working at the same time. So I had my computer going, and the guy's name he said was actually someone who's in the FBI in Georgia. So maybe, but I don't know why he would come on here and exploit all of that. But
Georgia Bulldog says, I don't have good service. I'll get back to you with the info when I can. And never got back to me.
Yeah, so either he got nervous thinking maybe he exploited himself, or it was just someone calling in. But also, and this is a change of case, but if you think of Scott Peterson, what he did with Lacey, and again, like, I think he's guilty, but how her body was kind of just beneath the water. But by the time it came up, it was just disintegrated in multiple pieces. So I don't know. I think we're looking at not finding her whole, at least.
Michelle? Yeah, so I remember Brian Laundrie case because the reason why I was out there every day in front of Brian Laundrie's house until Brian Laundrie was found. Brian Laundrie's vehicle nearby at the preserve, left there, assuming that he was in the preserve out there looking around. He ended up being the preserve. It's interesting. His parents found him and knew exactly where he was when that
They
preserve,
knew. Yeah.
you know, hundreds and hundreds of acres. Okay. He was out there. What was that, about a month? A month. He was disintegrated. He was gone. There was nothing.
And
There
in
was
that
nothing. The
heat,
humidity and the heat and everything like that. Now, Tucson, now there's a lot more humidity in Florida than there is in Tucson. When I look at Tucson, the weather each day, hot, 90, 80, 90, but it was only like 15, 20% humidity. In Florida at the time with Laundry, and I remember we were in a heat wave there, very hot out there. I remember I was baking. Humidity, 80%. So it's a big difference, but he was gone. I think it was just remains. He was nothing because just disintegrated being out there from, and maybe the wildlife too, because it seems like, and I don't mean to be graphic, folks, but he was spread around.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
No,
They got him.
Laundry was spread around because there was this, and it was the smell of death, because like they went and got his body, got his stuff, but then we went there immediately after. Once they cleared the crime scene, immediately went there to find him and stuff, and it was the worst stench I've ever smelled in my life. It was disgusting. Like, it was like you smell it and you want to throw up. You're like, oh, it was bad. There was nothing left, but it was spread. It was spread all over the place, right? Probably from animals or whatever. You would assume if Nancy was put somewhere in the desert or somewhere out there above wildlife, heat, probably just going to get clothes and bones.
Bones.
Right.
I was going to say, at least if they find the bones, maybe they can identify her that way, which is terrible. Dental, I don't know, but or she's in Mexico and she's completely gone. But I mean, you have different options here. Is it a weirdo that has her trapped in his basement right now and doing weird stuff to her because they're obsessed with Savannah, or even her? There's some weirdos out there. I remember that lady that called in was like, it's the older men. They like the women, like the older women. I mean, you never know. It literally could be anyone.
Michelle, you never know. I mean, there's
never know.
You know, there could have been somebody just had a fetish, you know, and again, we're having adult conversations here. This is for adults, but there could have been some weirdo that just had this thing for elderly women and stalked her. Like one of our previous callers was like, this dude was just watching her through at the pool and watching her, looking down at her house and just watching her moments. And like, yeah. I mean,
you would think in the beginning, like family, you would think like, oh, the family must have something to do with it. They must have hired a hitman, because someone actually in Connecticut, she got murdered a while ago, right in Middle Beach in Madison. And we still think they never find out who killed her, but we still think it was a hitman that the husband probably hired. But I mean, you just never know. I guess we're never going to know until they give us a little bit more information. But I do feel sorry for the family as of now. I mean, they're clear, quote unquote. So
they're clear, you know. Big case in Connecticut with the Jennifer Dulis case. You know about that case, right?
Yes. Oh my God, that was crazy too. We still don't know where she is. She's gone.
I don't know where Jennifer Dulis is. You know, but they went garbage.
Like buried in a wall. Like, yeah, that was crazy.
So,
Wow.
Michelle, if you said when you started that you don't believe that she'll be found, but there is possibility we'll find the perpetrator.
I do. I think you'll find the perp. I have a feeling that they're going to have some sort of footage that we haven't seen yet, or some sort of DNA. I know that DNA, obviously, you know, it didn't bring back anything, but I think down the road, they'll get some sort of a string of DNA that'll bring us back to someone. But I think they're going to have a hard time putting him away because they're not going to find a body.
Sure. But wouldn't you think so? Well, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but DNA is pretty good evidence. But so you don't think that once there is an arrest that they could start maybe negotiating, like, hey, you know, to avoid the death penalty, give us a body location? You don't think that's a possibility? Or is it a possibility that they may find him, but he will be dead too?
Yeah, I feel like they get, I feel like if they know once it comes out, like, this is the perp, this is who we're after. I mean, I don't know if they'll announce that until maybe they have them captured or we see, you know, the bomb squad going back out. But I do feel in those instances, a lot of the time they take their own lives. So that would be rough if they take their own lives and we really don't have a chance. I mean, I would hope that person would give that family some sort of closure just to give them access of where the body is. And who knows, maybe she is still alive. I mean, that's the thing with this case is there's so many like outcomes of where this can go. Like no one has any answers, which is absolutely insane.
It's insane. And we're staying with it. We're just waiting for that next move, that next something clue.
Anything. Give us an update. Give us give us something that you have.
I need proof of vehicle. That's me personally. I need proof of vehicle. Proof that she was taken away in a vehicle. Where's the vehicle?
Yeah.
Because if there's no proof of vehicle, and the way that feds were zeroing in on neighborhood a couple days ago makes me feel like neighborhood.
Yeah, like that house 3 doors down. Like you never know if she was taken there first and then she was murdered. I mean, you never know. I mean, someone said like maybe he had a wheelchair in his backpack. I don't think so. I don't think that person was that smart, but you never know. I heard someone say maybe a horse today.
Shopping cart. We've heard shopping cart. We've heard wheelbarrow. We've heard folding chairs. We've heard
someone parachuted in when they first called you. I was cracking up. I guess you just never know. You really
these homes around there are spread out. They're each home here has a couple acres, a couple acres. You know, it's people have parcels of land there, and it's pitch black at night.
And you would think more of the neighbors would be vocal about it. I feel like you've made friends with some of the neighbors like Sue Ellen and things like that, but you would think they'd be out like maybe searching or looking a little bit deeper. I feel like it's very quiet.
It's extremely quiet.
It's weird, right?
You know, we'll see here, Michelle. Thanks for watching.
Thank you both for everything that you're doing. That guy watched you, try to go around and find her. But I'll continuously watch and hopefully we get some sort of answers. But thank you both.
Thank you. You be blessed. Have a good day.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye. All right, we got a Christine. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear her, James?
Yeah, I can hear.
Hi.
Where are you from?
I'm from California.
California. You're a little bit low in the voice. A little bit low.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Let's see.
Is it
If we
better
can
now?
amplify your voice. What do you think?
Better.
It's still low.
Oh, my mic's right here at my mouth. I don't know what
Okay,
to
that's
do.
excellent. Where you
It's
have
better. It's getting better.
Okay. So here's my thought. A couple of weeks ago, I was having lunch with my 5 adult children, and I brought up this case and I asked them if any of them were following it because I was following it, pretty closely, and they all said, well, my daughters knew a little bit about it, but my sons were like, what? No, what's going on? So I kind of started explaining to them what was happening, and my son's like, wait, Mom. Her children let an 84-year-old woman with mobility issues live in a place like a remote area of Arizona where there's no street lights, and I'm like, well, yeah, not all families are like us, we're super close and, we wouldn't do that, whatever. And then as the story went on and I was explaining more, my sons were like, wait, hold on. They didn't like organize, and when I say them, her children, organize like a grid search or, call out for the public, go on, and they have unlimited access to NBC. They didn't go on the news and like, you know, beg for her return. And I'm like, no, Savannah like posted on her Instagram. Like, hold on. Again, her mom's missing and she goes to social media. Like, what's going on, And then I told them about her memoirs when she wrote about how her and her sister and her cousin and sometimes the mom used to play the kidnap game. And now all of a
We
sudden,
haven't talked about the kidnap game in a while.
right?
The kidnap game.
They used to play the kidnap game. And then all of a sudden TNT is coming out with a reality show about the Pima County sheriffs. It just, I personally, my opinion only, you guys probably might call me a wackadoodle, but I think it was a setup like for Nanos to look good on the show. A case that's going to be high profile and he's going to come out and be the hero and solve it. And maybe things just got carried away. Maybe they didn't expect the worldwide attention with media lining her street 24 hours a day. And they were like, oh, shoot, like, what are we going to do now? Or maybe something unfortunate happened and Nancy passed away in the process. And then they're like, oh, shoot, what are we going to do now? So, I mean, that's just where I'm at. I can't get over we used to play a kidnap game and now my mom's kidnapped.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. You raise some interesting questions. Just the timing, there's a lot of things here, all connected in some way, shape, or form. Nanos and the reality TV show, Savannah calling Mark Kelly beforehand, the Annie and Tommaso and things like this, and just NBC and Savannah into this. She's in the entertainment industry, in the news, a big media. I mean, it's just, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Quick question. Did Savannah leave back to New York before or after the 84-year-old woman was teleported to a hospital?
I would say after.
So maybe she took her home, or she took her to New York.
Some people say that too. I get a lot of emails about that. Hey, Christine, I get emails about that.
Yeah.
They took a private, they took Nancy out of there on a private plane somewhere else. I get emails about that.
Yeah, because I mean, why just all of a sudden the like nothing's being said by the family anymore? It's
nothing.
Radio silence.
Whoa. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news tonight. The Guthrie family does have a message, according to reports, that they'll be speaking tonight. Yes.
Interesting.
I put that up there on the screen. Let me see if I still got the screenshot. Let me put the screenshot here.
6:30 with KVOA, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. Yeah, here. I'm gonna put this up. Oop, I can't. I got an image limit. We'll take out this and put this up. Yeah, they're speaking tonight. Or I don't know if they're speaking, but they got a message.
Maybe like a statement being read or something.
Yeah, it will be interesting. See what it is right here. Boom. It has been nearly 2 months since Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Catalina Foothills home without a trace. The community and nation continue to rally around the Guthrie family. As the search continues, the Guthrie family has a message for you and a heartfelt statement to the people of Tucson.
Okay,
Join us tonight, 6:30, for the news for this. They're making it like a special, made for TV special.
Right.
Just release it now.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be exclusively with 4 News Tucson? Release it now. Why do we have to wait at the edge of our seats for the Tucson special? Bring her home. The disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Why are they doing this like a special?
Exactly.
Do it now.
Yeah, exactly. Why didn't
I
they
don't
do it at the beginning?
Exclusive
Why didn't those 3 that came out, Savannah, Annie, and Tommaso, when they came out to look at the flowers and stuff that were on the street right there, why didn't at that time they stand out there to all the media that was there, I'm sure, or the YouTubers that were there and everybody that was keeping their mother's name in in the forefront of our news? Why didn't they profusely thank them? Why didn't they bring them waters? Why didn't they deliver them cases of water and tell them how grateful they were to them for them going out? You guys were going out into remote mountain roads looking for their mother, going into washes and all these other places with Mark the Shark with his drone, and looking and spending your time looking when they're not doing anything. And I mean, can't they just say thank you? And
Maybe
hey, I appreciate it.
Maybe they do that tonight.
Maybe, but I
Maybe
think
once
it's
and
a
for
little.
all, they've heard from the people. They got a message for Tucson, like the community of Tucson, to the people of Tucson, not the
Yeah.
internet. A heartfelt message statement to the people of Tucson, not
I
the
think
nation.
they should have did it a long time ago.
Well, yeah, well, we're not in their shoes. They could be in fear. They could be in hiding. They could,
That's
they
true.
could,
That's true.
they could be just Nanos is telling them how to do the show. Law enforcement, victims' families seek guidance from law enforcement, right? Law enforcement tell people how to proceed. I'm sure
Right,
Savannah and them
right.
got their own publicists and PR people and how to navigate this and handle this. And
I don't know, maybe
but I
because
get
I'm
it.
not in maybe because I'm not in that position of being famous, but I don't understand when a family member is missing, especially your mother, is missing. Why do you need publicists, and why is this becoming why do you need to like put out a message that you're going to release a message at a certain time? Just get out there and say it. I don't know. I don't know. Just my thoughts.
I appreciate you stopping by.
Absolutely.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, so we got numerous people in the pipeline. We got Sweet Opinions, we got Elaine, we got Megan, we got Mike, we got Barbara, and Patty. Your device is messed up, so we got numerous people, and people are like shooting me all the time. I want to come in, I want to come in. So I'm not going to send a link to the people in the email, but check your emails soon when the queue clears up. So Christine, Sweet Opinions, you're in. See if we got you now. Sweet Opinions.
Hey.
Hey.
Look, now I have a lot of stuff.
This is Tasha, right?
Yes.
Tasha. So I got that video, by the way.
Yeah.
The garbage video.
I really do want you to watch it. I don't know if I should like go down my little notes first, or
let me put it in. It was Murky, actually. I scooped this up. I think a bunch of people sent it. I think you sent it, but also Murky Piglet sent me. It's the TMZ one. So it's this one right here. This guy right here. Boom, boom, boom.
I want you to watch the one I sent you.
Okay.
Because it's not blurred out, and the person who, the content creator, just has a lot of things. I want you to hear it.
Okay. Let me go back to you, and then I will get it.
I do need to get out of here.
You do?
I need to get out of here, but it was good to talk to everybody in the chat and whatnot. I will say that if I have a theory about the backpack, maybe we'll discuss that another time.
All right.
You take care.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hold on. I'm going to get this. I'm going to get yours, Tasha, out there. Download.
Okay.
Taking longer than expected to process this video. So re-forward it again, because for some reason yours isn't processed. Oh, wait. I got it. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Let me take this out of the queue. Let me get your version without the zoomed in. All right. So let me just give me a second here. I got
no problem. Take your time.
Yeah, StreamYard has this thing on Stream. I like StreamYard. I use StreamYard. StreamYard has this thing here. If you have only certain amount of, you can only put like things in the queue. All right, 216. Yeah, this should be it. Dun, dun, dun.
Restream is Restream is very much cheaper.
So he could see in the backyard. Maybe he had the flashlight in his mouth. Maybe he put it in there. I don't know.
You see it.
So yeah. So there he is. Let me move Savannah and Nancy. There he is, the porch pirate. So what's your take on this? What's up? What's going on?
My thing is, I very much think that this is involved. There's no coincidence, but I'm gonna say it like that. It's a coincidence that it's happened the same day. You understand what I'm saying?
But it happened around the same time the camera got disabled, right? So how can this Houdini be at two places at once when this is 5 miles away?
Nobody's talking about this incident. Time, if you look at your time right now and then go in your car and look at the time in your car, it would be a totally different time, minutes off or whatever.
Does that look like the backpack of the person?
Yeah, but it looks like he's carrying two backpacks. So the black backpack that's back there, just if you listen to the video, there's blood on that backpack and there's blood on his arm.
Yeah.
And this video does show the Kia, and it's just a lot of interesting things that this guy says.
What's the source of this video? Is this whose video is this?
Oh shit! I can't say it now because
on YouTube named Doug.
Yeah.
So this is. Let me look here.
And from what I know, I've been following Doug since the Gabby Petito. He's not, I ain't gonna be no crazy
this
thing.
is from Doug from
And he's
North.
from Florida. I think he's from Florida, Doug.
Yeah. So let me play this, and we'll hear we'll hear it, and we'll end.
Or took the flashlight out, maybe. Maybe he had the flashlight out so he could see in the backyard. Maybe he had the flashlight in his mouth. Maybe he put it in there. I don't know.
Yeah, he just put the light in his mouth. You've seen that, right?
Because it's dark in the backyard. See in the backyard.
And it's the
Maybe
same
he had the
outfit.
flashlight
It's
in
the
his
same
mouth.
exact outfit.
Authorities say not related, though.
I don't believe that. Everybody says that, but they're not putting two and two together. They're not really investigating these people the way they should. I really believe that they should be investigating these people and keeping these people contained. Look
Well,
at
one
that.
thing-
Look
yeah,
at that right there. They said that was a water bottle, and that looks like the piece that he had in the front, right there in his pocket. And if you go further down in the video, it shows right there. Doesn't that look like the piece that he had in the front of his pants?
Or the
Look at the
wrist.
arm. Look at the arm, how red it is.
Yeah. But no facial hair. Like the perp.
Because like I said in the first time I called you, look at that bloody look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Like I told you when I first called you, they could have either markered their beard, or it could just be a fake beard. People this strategic think about stuff like this. This is a person who's played games all their life, no contact with real people,
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. It's
look at his hand. Look at the hand.
Yeah.
Look at the jacket, the same exact jacket.
You think it's the same jacket as this?
Yes. Yes. Why don't they go over there? Because you see he has no gloves. You see there's might be blood allegedly. He's bald, the clearance of his face is right there. Why they don't go over there to this spot and take DNA? He's been messing with that gate trying to open it up. Maybe trying to hide the bag.
I mean, you have a point. You have a point. I get what you're saying. And some people are agreeing with you. Some are disagreeing.
I mean, it's going to be agrees. It's going to be disagrees. I don't care. I know what I see. I'm very intuitive. And this right here is, it's very suspicious because it happened in the same day, 5 miles away. Come on now. But I have other things here.
Kind of like
Can
when
I
we saw the
that?
Kia.
Sure. What do you got?
All right. So the lady that just came off here, she said something about they might have cut her up, right? Excuse me. Do you know when's garbage day over there?
It is Monday. Monday and Friday.
Okay. Monday and Friday? Okay.
That's what.
So if they
waste management.
waste management, yes.
There's Republic too that scoot around there. I never got to talk to Republic guy. There's three of them: Waste Management, Waste Connections, and Republic.
Right. So the lady said something about sorry to be explicit, whatever. The cut up thing. Now, if they did that, that means they had garbage bags. They put each part in each bag in different parts of and different boxes, different garbages, so that it won't seem too heavy, right?
Yeah.
You said you went to the garbage place and there was no FBI action.
They said
Another thing. Huh?
They said authorities never spoke to them.
Exactly. So they would never know. They'll just do what they do, and that's it. It's basically 2 days. It happened Saturday. I guess Sunday was the call. Monday's garbage day. And then I'm like very nervous. I don't know if you hear it in my voice. Another thing is this wackadoodle, right? They could have been obsessed with the lady, like another lady said, and she still could be living, and this guy could be taking care of her in-house, secluded. Another thing is Dad went live and took a license plate from that same kind of car in his project place where it have not been moved. I never seen any updates about that. But if you look at if you look, let me see. If they look, they should say. Okay, I don't know what I wrote there. And another thing is the lady that's telling Alex, that's very suspicious right there. That lady needs to be questioned. Yes.
You know this for a fact. Right?
I don't know. She starts screaming at me. I just think she's personally a little bit loopy. She's
No. First of all, hold up. Wait, we're gonna back this all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Why would she walk up to the officer and say, "Hey, I got a car that looks just like whatever y'all posting. I don't want to be." That's suspicious as hell. She's telling on herself.
She is.
And then she's not giving no video to the. They're not. These people are these sheriff, whatever FBI, whoever. They are not doing their job the way they would do here. Literally, all these suspects and everyone would been clear.
Yeah.
This
Cleared.
is starting to piss me off, JLR.
You're cleared.
Everybody's clear. Even that one.
Well, Luke and Carlos aren't cleared.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Tasha, I appreciate it. I got a lot of people in the queue.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to bring those things out because
it's interesting. It's very interesting. I mean, you aren't the only one that is inquiring about that prior video of the porch pirate guy with the double back.
Right.
You're not the only. I get a lot.
Okay. Talk to you later and just keep doing what you're doing. You doing it.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. So we have Barbara, we have Elaine, we have Junior, we have Patty, we have Megan, Wanda, and True Crime Lives. We will go in order. Barbara, you're up.
Hey, JLR, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Okay.
How are you?
I have I have a more positive outlook on this.
Sure. Where are you from? First of all, share where you're from.
I'm from New Jersey.
New Jersey. Welcome.
Okay,
we love
and I've been watching you from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that keeps sticking in my mind is the night that the helicopter went to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, it was like everything kind of stopped. You guys were out searching, but the police weren't really doing anything. Yeah, there were some FBI agents going from door to door, but there were no searches. There was no nothing. And even the family, yeah, they came out with a couple little videos that kind of seemed half-hearted. But it just seems to me that I'm praying that she is still alive, that they put her in some kind of protective custody and have been playing out this thing to try to draw the perp out, make him comfortable thinking that, oh, they have no idea. They don't know what they're doing and I'm good. I'm just thinking.
You're not the only one that thinks that in that sense about the woman.
Right.
Who was the woman? Who does anyone know a name of that person that they got in a helicopter? If it's not Nancy, who is it?
Well, that's the problem. And I think there was somebody that was on the show not all that long ago that said she knew a nurse or something that said that, yes, that was her.
Mm-hmm.
Through the grapevine. You have HIPAA and all these things that truthfully they're not supposed to talk about patients and things, but under these circumstances it would be even more so not to say anything, especially when you don't have somebody that's responsible for it.
No, totally got it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Barbara.
All right. Thank you, JLR. Bye-bye.
You have a good day. Bye-bye. Elaine, you're up.
Hey.
Hello. How are you? You're next in the pipe.
And I can't hear you.
We got Junior,
What
Megan.
is going on?
Oh, your volume. Oh, no, not again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Uh-oh.
This is weird.
All right, come back. I have to keep
Every
it
time
moving.
you put someone up, everything goes silent.
Not my end.
Okay.
Thanks for watching. But come back, Elaine. Junior, Megan, Wanda, True Crimes Live, Junior. This might be Junior.
Come back, Elaine. Junior,
Hey.
Megan, Wanda, True Crimes
Junior.
Live, Junior. This might be Junior. Come back, Elaine.
Junior.
Megan, Wanda, True Crimes
Junior.
Live, Junior. This might be Junior. Come back,
Hello,
Elaine.
hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you don't mind turning down your volume, please. Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear. Hello. Howdy.
Hang on 1 second.
Sure.
Fucking bullshit.
You're on the air. You're on the air. Junior JR. Oopsie.
What is Newly? It's a clothing rental company with a closet like this.
Uh-oh, spaghetti.
This is Crystal from United Healthcare. I advocate for
All right, Junior. Come back, please. That was interesting. We're gonna bring Wanda. Wanda, hopefully your microphone's good. Is your microphone good?
I hope so.
Yeah, it's good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Okay, perfect. I am so happy to be talking to you. Thank you, first of all, for everything that you are doing, that you have done, and that you continue to do.
Thank you. You're welcome. And where are you from, Wanda?
Columbus, Georgia. Not far
Georgia.
from you. Yep.
Nice.
To be honest, I just have this pit in my stomach that Nancy is in the neighborhood. She is in one of those. She's in the neighborhood, and I don't understand why the empty houses did the FBI go in there, go through, go look in there in any of them?
You
To
know,
my knowledge, they haven't.
they could have the first night with the dogs. They had the shirt, maybe go around there, something we didn't see. But as far as media seeing and capturing authorities, whether any form of law enforcement agency going into those construction sites or even in homes around that neighborhood, I would say no.
No. See, and I just don't understand that. Why, like nothing has been thoroughly done nor checked. And to me, that would have been the first place to look in that neighborhood, especially in those abandoned houses. So I pray to God and I keep hope alive that she is still with us. Right now, I just refuse to believe that she's not. And again, like I think I'm with everybody else. I don't care if I'm Beyonce and my mom is missing. I am boots on the ground with y'all. I'm down there with the YouTubers. Like, what the hell is going on? What are y'all doing? Why isn't anybody doing anything more? Like, I just don't understand. But everybody's different. Everybody's family is different. But like I said, I don't care who I am, how famous I am. Nobody is going to tell me what to do or what to say when it comes to my mom. It's just not going to happen.
Gotcha.
So,
Well, I appreciate
don't know,
that.
but thank you so much. And please don't stop. Like you are in my ear from the time you go live to the time you sign off. Like you're with me all day at work. I'm lost when you're not in my ear.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Megan, you're up. Hello. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, how are you?
I can, thank you. I'm
Where you
from
from?
Minnesota.
Okay.
And, pardon me?
No, go ahead.
And
Well-
I've never done this. So when I saw Nancy Guthrie missing on the normal news like Fox or Channel 11, whatever, I was like, oh my God. And then you popped up on my YouTube and I started watching, and I've been watching every day, as well as Tucson and Alex. Anyway, I have a couple different, I don't know if they're theories, but thoughts. So first I was thinking that it had something to do with that A&E show. And then I dismissed that right away because I thought there's no freaking way they're going to, do something like this. And then like Barbara and a lot of the gals that called in today, the helicopter. I truly believe that she was found, and I think she was alive when they found her. And I think she was in the ICU under protective custody under another name and being observed and treated. And during that time, things settled down with the searchers, except for
the streamers and everybody like that, and the Arizona searcher. And I believe what happened was either she is still alive or the family had to make a decision to pull the plug on Nancy. And the reason I say that is because now with Nanos and this petition and the family coming out, maybe it's time. And maybe it's a way to stop the petition for Nanos. I don't know. It's just a thought, but I hope and I pray that she's okay. I hope she wasn't dismembered. I don't know a motive. I don't know why someone would do this to an 84-year-old woman, but it's tragic, and that's my thought.
Well, I appreciate that. Many people think that she was the one. She was the one. I don't think so, but people do think that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You have a great day. Thank you. All right. Hi, Mike.
This is Greg. Mike's my friend. We all work under the Crime Hoppers together.
Crime Hoppers. Yeah, I remember you guys. So I talked to Mike. I talked to
Mike,
another.
Lala. Yeah, you've talked to quite a few of us. Yeah, and the whole Crime Hopper family is watching right now live on
Nice.
watching you live. So
Hi,
they
Crime
all
Hoppers.
love you. Everybody in Crime Hoppers loves you. We appreciate everything you do. It's amazing, your work and everything, your work ethic and how hard you work for everybody. So I just want to thank you for what you do, because so many people have missed you not being on the ground there. And they're like, where's JLR? We need him. We miss his voice. So the Crime Hopper family
I gotta
is
do
big
something
fans
here.
of yours.
Let's see.
We all love you. We all
How am I
watch
gonna
you
do it?
and appreciate everything that you
They're
do.
probably
for
gonna have to
everybody.
drop
And
off
cities-
and then come back.
Come back. You guys want me to come back?
Yeah,
So that I
everybody
can
wants you to
hop on
come
your
back.
show
JLR,
for a minute.
sure.
So what I'm gonna do
Greg.
is I'm gonna
I'm
drop
friends with Mike and
this,
Lala and all them. And all of us have formed this unique family
and
called
then
the
I'll
Crime
start it
Hoppers.
back up.
We discussed, of course, Nancy's case. It's the
Because
one
my
we've been on
phone's
this
not
entire
letting
time
me.
together. We found each other because of this case.
Maybe I can
And we've
just
also since then discussed other cases. We've had some people come into like my live and other people's lives where their family members were missing. And it was so
I don't know. Let me see if I can
heart-wrenching to
get my
hear
Gmail.
the actual family talking about what happened. And then this one woman came in
to.
and her name was Lollipop and her daughter's name is Iva Joetta Koopman, and she's been missing over 5 years. And the most heart-wrenching thing was she came into my live in the middle of the night and she said, I'm nobody. Nobody cares about helping me find my daughter. It broke my heart, JR. It broke my heart. And I literally stayed up 4.5 more hours talking about her case, even though I was dead exhausted and been on live streaming 16 hours on live because I could not let her feel that way. You know what I mean? So I understand
shut
your
out my
passion for this too.
StreamYard.
That's why we do it too. We're passionate about finding
I
these
can
people.
shut out JLR. Oops. I'm still here. I'm trying to get on, but my phones won't let me, so I'm going to try on my computer, which ain't no fun, but we'll see how it goes. Anyways, hang tight. I'll start back up after I'm done. Okay, let's get in there. Let me minimize this. Put this over here. All right, let's see. Whoops, should say lane, not up dam. Get my Coke. Yeah, everything's.